The relative can't know about my funky side. No, that's just literally like, this is how I get angry. Literally, like what I mean, like this is how I like. That's just who I am. I don't know, man. I never understand these people. I never understood these people that can stay totally sane and relaxed with this kind of stuff. Like I don't know what type of crazy brain they have where they like just don't get angry. I do not understand this at all. Totally don't. It's weird. Yeah, he's been making a game, by the way, this low-level game dev, to my Steam game. He's been doing some good stuff. You know, Steam, buy Midnight Era on Steam. Doesn't look too bad at all. Let's see here. Positive 16 reviews. Not that many reviews, but it only came out, actually it came out a year ago. That's a long time ago. What the fuck? Wait a minute, can we buy the demo? No, it costs 6 euros. I mean, he did release a game, so more props to him. That's nice. I wonder what the fuck is this? Oh, that's make your levels. I see. So it's like a level editor using I'm GUI. Yeah, this type of stuff, I had something similar in my game too. I'm gay, meaning awesome. You're gay? I see. Alright, now this time it is public. And hopefully some people could join on YouTube. Otherwise I get roasted by Inukai again. Hey Cakez, you're late. You're not here every day. Blah, 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 blah. When life will beat you down so much, there isn't much anything can make you angry. That's my take. You're live now. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Good to know. You will get roasted by him anyways. Yeah, I know. But at least it's not as severe. You know? I see. So what is this? Is this an 8x8 tile set? Looks a bit odd. I mean, but he's more of a programmer than an artist, right? I want to see how it plays. Let's click on some of these. This right here. Okay. I wonder why he's zooming into the bats. Can you solve puzzles while doing platforming challenges? The lighting looks really nice. I like it. Maybe it's a bit too dark to see in front of you. So basically, what are you supposed to do here? Ah, I see. So it's like a puzzle, right? And you can grab onto walls, but you can't dash, it looks like. Very interesting. Cool stuff. I like it. Yeah, I mean, listen. So, as your first game, something like this, why not? I wonder how long he's been working on this. Very nice. Hey, Cakez, hello, Hoopty. Good morning, sir. Hoopty, hoopty, hoopty. Icarus, by the way. Thank you very much for following. And Skylector, good morning. I used to be straight until my sex changed to girl in real life. Okay, bro. What the fuck? I have to say, it doesn't look that bad. It looks kind of nice. There's a lot of stuff going on the screen. This guy clearly has some experience when it comes to C++, you know? And so he's been making, not actually for that long, I think like a year or maybe two at most. Videos oldest. Yeah, like a year. Multiplayer game C++. I made a multiplayer game in C++ from scratch using Enet. That's, I think is... No, it's not. It's not this game. Day 1, day 3 making Terraria. Yeah, this is where he started. And so, like, by the way, guys, if you want to get views, these type of videos is what you should do. Instead of doing some programming tutorials, right? I'll show you. Oh, of course, and that didn't work. Oh, that did work, okay. I'll show you here. So if you want to do C++ videos, this is what you should do, guys. Making Zoe Madge, this was the kid of my relative. So I'll show you. So this has 250,000 views, right? It is 4 minutes long. Okay, you wanna do the YouTube stuff. then don't do this. I'll show you. Don't do this, but do this. Okay? So my best C++ related video, I think, now I might be wrong, is this one. Tired of Unity? Let's make Celeste. 11K. Not much, right? Not many views. Clearly not bad. But, you know, these are actual into the detail C++ tutorials. And they take a long time to finish because, well, learning to program takes a long time to do. But if you want to, you know, get some views and share some wisdom, let's see. What does he say? If you want to make or learn how to make games in C++, watch this. All the resources you need to get started. So let's see. Like, I basically do the same, but in more detail. So let's see what he has to say.
If you have always wanted to make games in C++ but didn't know how or where to find the resources, this video is for you. I will give you some general tips from my experience, and then I will tell you what are the best free resources that you can find online in order to start learning all the skills that you need right now. Now, to begin with, the first...
let's begin again. It was very quiet.
If you have always wanted to make games in C++ but didn't know how or where to find the resources, this video is for you. I will give you some general tips from my experience, and then I will tell you what are the best free resources that you can find online in order to start learning all the skills that you need right now. Now,
okay, best free tips. Let's see.
The first step that you should
geeksforgeeks.org, okay,
take is, of course, learn how to use the language. However, you don't have to go...
So like his, I'm pretty sure his steps are actually not bad at all, because they are just more generalized. You know, that's actually what I would say too. And that's how I started too. You know, where you begin learning to make games in C++, well, step one is, how about you do a basic language tutorial? Exactly.
Very deep into it. Let me explain. While I am making games, I usually use the standard library containers like vectors and other structures, but rarely write templates myself, and I never use things like polymorphism or inheritance. By all means, you can use them if you want, but learn...
This, by the way, the Chrono library takes about 3 seconds to compile. We found that out the other day. Now, maybe you can put it in a pre-compiled header, and then you don't have that compile time. It's about 3 seconds.
Advanced C++ shouldn't be your top priority.
Yeah, what the fuck? So he basically says, like, this line of code is, yeah, you need to learn that.
This brings us to the second step, which is learn how to manage a big code base. This is very important because games have many systems, and putting them all together can be a challenge.
I don't think this point, managing a big code base, this is something you learn by writing a big code base. And you can only write a big code base if you write, let's say, a game or a big application. And so you can only learn that after you have written, yeah, guys, see that? 35,000 simple demo. 35,000 lines of code. Yes, you can only learn that when you have actually written one, and then you find out why, well, why is the code base so bad? Why can I not navigate it? Yeah. And you learn that, well, by doing it. So, for example, what I do to navigate my big code base, and I have something similar. You see here 12,000, and if I go all the way to the bottom, we have 20,000 lines of code. Well, that's not 30,000, it's close enough. And so how do I change, or how do I navigate this space? I have what I call sections. So, for example, hero list. Draw hero list. Boom. This entire section, if I were to enable or disable that in the game, we can actually do that, because that's how I structured my code. It would not display me this right here, this list to the right. So, for example, if I were to do an if false here, this is gone. Takes a while. It's gone now. You see that? And so you learn to, so basically how I navigate my big code base is by using what I call named local scopes or named scopes. if I don't want to do a function. But yeah, and obviously then you try to like navigate that. Since you're using VS Code, you can make /mark section name and it will show up on the minimap if it's open. Oh, I see, that's cool. I saw Randy had a nifty code extension that helped him insert jump points and comments, and it looked very easy for him to jump to things immediately. Oh, that's a cool idea. I wonder what type of extension that is. A label at the start and end scope is so OP. Yeah, well, the start and end scope for me is just going from opening to close brace using Vim. Section name, try it, section name. Hero list. Okay, now I have the section name. What do I do? Probably the bookmark extension. It's built into VS Code. And then what else? If I want to navigate this now, if I want to have it, let's say, here on the left. Where do I see that visually? How do I see that? Section name, that's important. Yeah, I did. Well, I just did. He doesn't have the map enable. Come on, like, come on, close the fucking door, man. Oh, fucking. Mark colon, close the door, like. Can't be too fucking difficult, man. It's really pissing me off at this moment, at this point. Like 7 times yesterday. Come on, it's not that difficult. So it looks like Mark colon. Mark colon, like this. Who thought about the syntax? That's dog shit. Why not just hero list? That's already the mark. Why would I have to do mark? In all caps, colon, and then hero list.
Copain.
Oh shit, I'm sorry.
Install a hinge that closes the door automatically? Yeah.
Nice.
Apparently. Ohio, hello there, Glorious TV. So, and what do I do then? Guys, you guys tell me an extension to use, but you leave out the most important thing. What do I do now? It shows up? Where does it show up? Where? IO stream, yeah? Go to settings, search for minimap. Okay, settings. Minimap. Minimap auto-hide controls whether the minimap is hidden automatically. Controls whether the minimap is shown. Okay, and where is the minimap now? Now go back. Oh, that's so bad. That's terrible. There are 2 conversations going on. I'm talking about bookmarks extension. Hoopty's talking about minimap is shit. Like, I'll show you why. That's why. Now I have 2 things and I can't click on them because they're right next to each other. Well, I could space them out a little bit, of course, right? Let's space this out and, I don't know, put it here. Well, I guess it kind of works. Nah, like, guys, that sucks. That's bad. Nah, that's not good. Alright, let's see here. Just use Vim Motion Sprawl, top right is minimap. Yeah, okay, well, let's get this disabled again. The reason why I don't like minimap is because it takes away vertical space or horizontal space that I could use to see my code, and now I can't see it anymore. Okay, well, and the other ones is the bookmarks extension. I don't really know if I need this. Let's say bookmarks. This one right here, Mr. Rames. It's still nice that it's built in, yeah, I guess, but the /mark is like typical Microsoft bullshit where they don't really know what they're talking about, but okay. I think you don't need that, but fine. This one, right? I think so, yeah. Bookmarks. This method is called when Visual Studio Code is activated. This is so bad. This is so bad. What? That's so terrible. Like I'm gonna... Huh? No, there's no point in trying this. What? Like, listen, I'm already typing in, I'm already searching for draw hero, wait, draw hero list. I'm already searching for it like this. Now I have to like type it in twice and like at the top bar here. I want something like, if anything, if the only, wait, how do I say that? The only, the only improvement to what I have is something like the outline. Barely looking at it for a few seconds. Yeah, because I already can tell how it functions and it's not what I want, bro. I don't need to look at it for longer. Anyways, guys, it's fine. Guys, it's fine. It's fine. We are digressing, okay? We are digressing. Yeah, we have the outline here. It does, yes. But don't use it, lol, it's just Visual Studio separate files. I just use actual Visual Studio and separate files, yeah. Anyways, it is how it is. So my point was that I use this to navigate. Anyways, let's continue here. It's fine. Let's see here. Yeah, and you learn to navigate a huge code base by writing a huge code base. Like like what does he say? Managing your big code base? Like how does he say how to do that? Let's see.
Brings me to the second step, which is learn how to manage a big code base.
Yeah, how?
This is very important because games have many systems, and putting them all together can be a challenge. You have probably heard the advice to split your problems into smaller problems. And it is good advice, but people rarely tell you that merging the solutions back is usually something difficult. In order to learn how to handle a big code base, you have to go to step 3. And this is actually writing a big program.
Okay, so like, yeah, his point is exactly my point. You can only learn a big or manage a big code base if you write a big program, yeah.
Line some advice about design patterns and clean code, but trust me, if you just read about how to structure your code but never actually write a complicated system,
that's true.
You won't make progress.
Exactly.
So
these are the 24/7 tutorial watchers that think they learn something, which is why every day when I, watch one of these videos, I try to take something away from it and maybe actually put it into, let's say, practice by trying to program something similar, and oftentimes that leads to something new being developed in my game.
Project should you start on? Well, why not make a game? You probably don't know how to...
No, this is actually actionable advice while not going into too much detail on what exactly that means, because everyone's code base, when let's say they write a game, is different. When my code base grew, I had to figure out how to improve that code base and make it better, and I came to the conclusion that, well, how about I just make these things right here, local scopes, right? That's how I figured out, or that's how I solved my code base issue, and then I used folding and unfolding to basically turn these into functions and not have that many functions. And some other person or some other programmer will find a different solution. There's no one solution fits all.
That, but I'll show you how to start, and then you will learn the rest by doing it. Keep in mind that it is your first big project and you are not making it to sell it on Steam, but rather to learn how to do that. This leads us to the last step, and that is to keep yourself motivated by looking at other people that learned to make games in C++. One video that motivated me was this guy that made Minecraft in 1 week.
Oh wow, Hoopson. Okay, Hobson. Coding Minecraft in 1 week. C++, OpenGL, programming C, something like that. Hello, in this video I attempt to create a simple voxel game / Minecraft clone in a single week. It doesn't have the best performance or the most features, but of course there's only so much you can achieve in a single week. Hope you enjoy.
I wanted to do that myself, so I started with Terraria. And eventually moved on to making Minecraft myself. It will take a long time.
Yeah, that's what I tried to do too. We're still working on it. It's the J Minecraft clone.
And this is why it is important to remind yourself of the final goal that you pursue. Now, let's talk about...
However, I think I would I mean, you could start with a clone. I started with a Pong clone, but then I would make a really basic, simple game that maybe you can even sell on itch.io. Or maybe not sell, but put it out on itch.io.
About what you actually need to learn. The first thing I mentioned is knowing the basis of C++. And if you are unsure how to do that, I recommend you this playlist from the channel. But probably any other...
Maybe, but it's a bit long. I think you can get all of the information a little bit faster in other videos, but that one's good too, of course.
Tutorial that you can find online will work because you don't need to go into advanced stuff for this stuff.
Yeah, that's essentially that's what I say too as well every time. Like any of these tutorials will work for you, just so you know the basics. You need to know what's possible, so you can use that as a base to decide what to use.
Next, you need a way to start displaying stuff to the screen in order to make your game. For this, you need two things: a window and a way to draw to it. You can either use a library that will do that for you, or learn to do that yourself with something like Windows API and OpenGL. For this step, I recommend that you use a library because it will take significantly less time to see something.
Yeah, that's actually a really good recommendation. Take it from someone that took about, well, let's say 2 years of time to learn Vulkan, OpenGL, the Windows API, some Linux API. All of these things took a long time to learn, and I'm still not done with these. And the biggest worrying factor that I have at the moment with my game is that maybe there are some Windows systems or Linux systems that are not compatible with my game and how I implemented, let's say, loading OpenGL into my game. I recently switched from Vulkan to OpenGL to have a little bit of an easier time writing a renderer. But that is constantly on the back of my head, and I don't know how my game will perform in public when there is a bunch of different, I use Arch, by the way, Linux users, that will test out my game and then realize they can't even start it because it doesn't run, because I've did something wrong in the code. And it just takes a long time. And if you use something like SFML or Raylib or SDL2, they have ran into these problems. They get you started faster, 100%, and you can focus on the game. But it always depends on what you want to do. If you want to learn, obviously, if you want to learn as much as you can, then go with Windows API. Go with WinAPI, learn, what is it called? Learn Xaudio 2 if you want to, or Direct Sound, DirectX. Just knock yourself out. Spend as much time as you want to. Because ultimately that knowledge can be very, very valuable in the future to you. And some people that are using a library will not have that knowledge over the knowledge that you have. And it will maybe make using those libraries for you easier. Essentially, that's what happened to me. I used Raylib in one of my projects lately, which was, I think, the Diablo 4 clone or Diablo 1 clone that we did in, I think it was Odin. Was it Odin? I think we used it Odin. And then we used the Raylib in there. And it was actually easy to use, learning how to use Raylib in there after I already knew how OpenGL worked. That was really nice. And so you can also go the other route. A little random, but I'm making services such that uses AI to review pull requests, create bug reports, fix bugs, write tests, implement simple textures, update, write docs, etc. Should I feel bad, or is AI here okay? I don't know, like to review pull requests, create bug reports, I don't know, I don't think that's bad. Should the window own the graphics context text or should the graphics context own a handle to the window passed through the engine layer? The graphics context, so that's like the way you talk about this, and unfortunately this is how it's taught. I don't like this graphics context that you're talking about. Okay, I'd rather talk about it in terms of specifics. So for example, OpenGL or Vulkan or DirectX. For example, OpenGL needs the window from Windows or Linux to be initialized. And that piece of code needs to run somewhere. So for example, when you open your window, at the same time, you can load in OpenGL the extensions, whatever you want to use, and the version of OpenGL. And then that context for OpenGL, the render context, has been initialized. But for example, in Windows, so the Win32 API, let's go to the create window. Okay. Let me start. Where do I start? What's the best? So I guess it is here. And by the way, what is this called again? HDC. It's a context, something decontext. What is it called, guys? Does anyone remember the name? It's not a high definition context. It's something else. Handle device context, maybe? Is it a handle to a device context? I think it's device context. They call it device context. Yeah, it must be device context. Okay, so in the window creation code, if you want to initialize OpenGL, you need to initialize Windows structures. When we are purely talking about Windows, device context is one of them, and then you have a pixel format descriptor, and you might be wondering, okay, what is this? Well, this is actual Windows structure code. Like, this is Windows code. This is from Windows. And so now when you're not talking about some generic render context, but you're actually breaking it down into its components of where this comes from, then it is much easier for you to understand that, oh, this is Windows specific. I never have to go, this is a render context from Windows, OpenGL render context, but that comes from Windows. We create that context here. And obviously, in order to create this,
hello,
the fake DC and the fake RC, we need the window. You know, we get the device context from the window, and we can create the render context then later on. And all of these, how do I call it? All of this setup is done, in my case, in the creation for the window class, aka in the platform layer, Windows specific. And you will see a very similar code base when you're looking at Linux specific stuff. So when you have a generic renderer and you pass it the window, in my opinion, that's the wrong way to do this, because, well, the window, the platform itself, I can't talk about Mac. Let's not talk about this, okay? I don't own a Mac. But at least for Windows and Linux, this platform handles the initialization for OpenGL. And maybe even for Vulkan, but in Vulkan it's actually different. In Vulkan, you need to pass the window handle to Vulkan, because you need to load Vulkan functions in order to load or initialize Vulkan. But you can do the same thing in Vulkan, where you initialize the Vulkan context in the creation of the window. In Vulkan, you just need the window surface, I'm pretty sure. Yes, you're getting the VK surface in Vulkan. That's like the where you draw stuff to, you know. So you can't really generalize this, because it depends on what you do. Unfortunately, it's always like that, of course. But at least in OpenGL's case, when I go to GL init, which is the initialization for my OpenGL code, this doesn't take in a window. We don't need it because the window that I open already initializes the OpenGL version and gives me everything I need so I can load OpenGL functions and have all of this stuff present. It depends, bro. It is up to you how you want to do it. If you pass the window to the render context, that's fine. I did that in the past, but I wouldn't go the other way. Anyways, it's a lot, but yeah, anyways. You learn a lot by writing Windows code, or platform specific code. So if you want to go down that rabbit hole, do it, but realize that this takes time. Maybe it's better to just use Raylib. Okay, long story short, it's your decision.
It takes a lot of work to display something to the screen.
Yes.
And if you try to do that yourself, there are some chances that you will get demotivated quickly.
Yep.
I would recommend
you can get demotivated so fast, because it doesn't mean that you, after writing all of that code, you're done, because you can run into a lot of issues.
Libraries, SFML and Raylib, because they are easy to use and they handle window opening,
too as well,
drawing, and even sound, so you can play music in your game without configuring another library. SFML has many tutorials online.
The reason why SFML, SDL and Raylib are so good is because they give you exactly these four components. They give you the window creation and opening, they give you the rendering, and they give you sound. And I forgot one. Oh, they give you input too, yes. The input handling from the operating system. It's all abstracted, and it's, as far as I know, all of them have, what is it called? All of them have cross-platform support, which is big. So you can be very fast on this. It's awesome.
Well, Raylib is more advanced, and if you learn it, you might also use it for your future projects. Find some videos online that walk you through how to start making your game, so you understand how it works. I would recommend you this video series because it teaches
SFML 2.4 for beginners. Texture coordinates, animation, animated movement, views, collision detection, AAB, jumping. Cool. That's some really cool stuff. Yeah, this guy made some tutorials, and you can see that you can actually see. Yeah, this guy made some really cool tutorials, it looks like. Very nice.
some important basics.
Yeah, that's how I started too. I made a C++ tutorial, or I followed a C++ tutorial on how to make a game in C++. The only unfortunate thing that I had to deal with back then was that I never found a really good tutorial on how to make your own engine from scratch. Whether that be using SDL2 or Raylib or something else. No one taught that. And so that's why I made my own tutorials.
After that, you'll have enough knowledge to start making your own game. I said to start it, not finish it. You will gain that knowledge while making it by searching on the internet whenever you get stuck. If you want to learn some more things, however, I also recommend...
I wouldn't do that actually. Bonus resource. No, I wouldn't do that. I would just dive in and try to fix every single issue myself before I go on the internet as a last resort to figure out what to do. Because it's much faster and more learning intensive. You get more value out of your learning experience if you figure out solutions yourself. And you're also working on solving problems by not relying on any outside resources. Like, for example, you always ask this one guy that helped you back with your code base, and now you value his opinion very highly, and so you always go to him to ask him for questions. You're like bothering him, but at the end of the day, you're not learning much yourself because you're relying on something else. I think the best way to learn is to just sit yourself down and try not to find a solution online, but to find it yourself.
This channel. JVDX9, sorry for mispronunciation.
He has some really good tutorials as well. Yeah, I've seen some of them, yeah.
It has some very well explained tutorials. Before I wrap up, I want to give you a bonus resource, and it is the Handmade Hero series. I think it is
Handmade Hero, there we go. Yeah, very good. That's how I started too. That's when I started to actually make some meaningful progress. Exactly. Because like these people, Jonathan Blow and Molly Rocket, Handmade Hero, Casey, while they have a lot of negative opinions and you know, they come off as very negative. Like, I watched this guy like 5 times before I started warming up to him, you know. Every time I watched him, I was like, this guy's too negative. This guy's too, like, this guy speaks too highly of himself and, you know, pretends that everyone else is bad. Like, I needed to watch this like 5 or 6 times. But once I understood what the actual message was, yes. Because the message is actually just do the stuff yourself. And you will be able to make mistakes, learn from your mistakes and grow fast.
The best learning resource for game development, but it is time consuming and rather hard. It teaches you how to do all the things yourself. So if you have enough time and are interested in that sort of stuff, I can recommend you enough watching some of his videos.
I would recommend watching the first like 20 of his videos. And if you don't want to have or don't want to invest the time, then I have some videos for you. Myself tutorial.
Hello.
This right here. Basically that's Handmade Hero, but in a lot less information, a little bit faster.
Now, this was my perspective on how to start doing game development in C++, but different people have different ways of learning. So if you have already completed this journey yourself, feel free to write about it in the comments and maybe you will help a young future game developer start his own journey. See you next time.
See you next time, yeah. I mean, it's good stuff. So the reason why, and now my original point was that at least on YouTube, the majority of people do not want to know these crazy specifics because all of these different specifics that, you know, that I talked about here, and like how I manage my code, OpenGL, initialization, passing windows to this, or maybe passing the rendering context to that. This is specific, and these are problems that you might come across or might not come across, and everyone else will have a different opinion on them. While a generic solution of, while generic advice in the form of, well, you should start by learning the basics of C++ is just easier to follow because you are, like, from the outside looking in. Let me think really quickly. I lost my train of thought. It is much simpler for you to follow that piece of advice than to follow some specific piece of advice that you don't even understand or you have never encountered yourself. And so, yeah, it's still a good video. Yes, very cool.
Gotcha, bitch.
I'm already subscribed. I've been following this guy's journey from the very beginning. It's cool to see that he actually made a game, you know? Wasn't that successful? But, like,
Gotcha,
yeah,
bitch.
making a successful game in this genre is really diff. A precision platformer, difficult, a puzzle platformer. Yeah, we have, you know, gone over this with Wintergate or other games. It's really difficult. But on this game, I have to say, the graphics actually kind of look nice. Maybe a little bit too much of one color. You know, there's a lot of this one color. I can't talk much about the mechanics, but it looks like there's a lot of good mechanics in the game. Like wall grabbing seem to work really good, judging by the trailer. I don't know whether it is very well implemented. Let's see. Positive, 93%. How about we take a look? Great game, worth playing, no question. Cute platformer, frequent checkpoints. They all played. Well, they actually played for 11 hours. This guy played for 5. This guy only played 40 minutes. Or was it like, is it 40% of an hour? Yeah, 0.1 hours. Very good platform. I really like the frequent checkpoints. It did have one problem. Opened up the game and immediately got an error. Thus, it turns out I had to install MSVC C++ redistributable DLL. That sucks, you know, to have this stuff. But yeah, that's when you make your own game, you know, using C++. This stuff is something you're going to run into. This guy played 3 hours and then wrote the review at 1.4 hours. Controls and movement are Super Meat Boy-esque. Sharp, fast, lots of wall grabbing and precise air movement. The levels are open and winding. The levels are open and winding with quests and require backtracking and exploration. The different arrow mechanics are interesting and are used effectively in the puzzles. The game has frequent checkpoints, so deaths or failed jumps never feel frustrating. The music is perhaps unsuited to the dark and lonely atmosphere of the game, but otherwise it's an excellent platformer. 4 hours and then 2 hours review. Game filled with lots of precision platforming. The game requires patience because some parts can get frustrating. Okay, that's not to indicate that the game is actually frustrating, because even some people call Celeste platforming frustrating, and Celeste is one of the most forgiving games that we have seen. So can't really tell. Cute game, tight controls, but I wish that errors would be regeneratable. Aha. 0.9 hours, played for a very short time. 1.1 hours, very short time. Cool indie game, received product for free. Didn't play for a long time, I have to say. Like 1 hour, that's not much. 0.6 hours, ooh, enjoyed it. Quite a treat playing a handcrafted game like this. It plays very well and it's very cute atmosphere. Okay, but you didn't play long. Puzzles are yucky. Browse all 27 reviews. Let's take a look at the negative ones only. It's only one negative review, guys. So we can't really tell. Oh, maybe here. The levels are open and with quests that require backtracking and exploration. Maybe backtracking is boring to people. Difficult to say. Anyways. Unfortunately, didn't really work out for him, but he did it for the experience. I just love Steam, bro. I just love Steam, man. Like 80%. What a great fucking platform, bro. What a great platform. Fun little indie platformer. 0.4 hours, 0.4 hours. It's very challenging, but not frustrating at all. The most fun platforming I had in a long time. I'm not a big fan of puzzles in general, so I hope the next game will focus on the platforming exclusively. I see. Very cool. Hello, Cakez. Hi, Cakez. And Inukai retracted his message. That's fine, Inukai. Hello, good morning. Hope you're doing fine. Bitch. Hey, Cakez, random question. How many episodes of Handmade Hero did you watch? Or do you recommend watching? Like 20? They get very lengthy. I think 20 is something I would... Let's see. Handmade Hero. Molly Rocket. He almost hit 100,000 subs. Videos. Sorry. Oldest.
Am I so out of touch?
I watched the intro to see on Windows.
No.
Coding Ruo just subscribed. Big tick support for 6 years. For the new father who now needs lots of diapers. D.
Yes, I am Coding Ruo. Good morning. Thank you so much for the support, bro. I appreciate it. Yes, we do need a lot of diapers. So I watched 1, let's see, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 11, 14, 17. I didn't watch all of them. Enforcing a video frame rate, like some stuff is just unified keyboard and gamepad input, compiler switches, improving audio synchronization. This is how I learned to do direct sound, actually, I think. Debugging audio sync. 21, 22, and then prototyping layer. This is like some debugging capabilities, which was very interesting to see. But yeah, loading BMPs. Like, you don't really have to watch much past like 20. 9 years ago and still no demo. No surprise that you learned from him. Yeah, just wait, you know, just wait. Anyways, really cool to see. Yeah, he's been making quite a lot of videos, 105 videos. Yep. It's been very consistent. Is it a C++ programmer that does C++ videos?
Hi.
If you guys want to watch the video, I'll link it to you, okay? There you go. No, wait, actually that's not the video, isn't it? Where was it? Popular? It's the most popular video on its channel, yeah. This one right here. If you guys want to watch it yourself, there you go. We watched this video and then gave our thoughts on the video too. And that's his game. Which, yeah, making a 2D side scroller is a difficult thing. 100%. And I would assume, now I can't say for sure, that the game has lots of forgiveness mechanics. He also has a C++ from scratch tutorial. Yeah, we can watch that later as well. Sure. Hey, where was this? Make a C++ game, full guide. From scratch? Where is that? The only CMake tutorial you'll ever need. Okay. Easy CMake setup. Yeah, you just don't use CMake. How about that? Where is it? CMake is the devil. Also, I think it's funny how it's socially okay to root for the doom of humanity when so many other things are completely out of bounds. Huh? With which are objectively more harmless. What? I'm repeating this, guys. This guy is weird. It's hard to explain, but he is. What? I feel like there's multiple conversations going on here. Maybe read more than just the last message. Do you know Dylan Falcomer? Oh, I see. Dylan Falcomer. No, I don't know. I see. Let's see here. Dylan Falcomer. Okay, who is this guy? 48 videos. 5 things every game programmer should know. Why you should build your own game engine. Oh, I think I watched that. I actually watched this when I started making my own game engine. When I set out to make my own game engine, I watched this. Watch it again? We didn't watch it? Should we watch it again? Another should we build your own game engine video? Just a different perspective from a different person? C game engine. How to make a game engine. STL2 setup. Does he have a video titled Why You Should Not? Cakez, do you know Tokyo Spliff? He is the chillest, coolest programmer on YouTube. Yes, I know him. Yes. Yeah. Click videos to see what else does he have. He has quite a few, does he? 48. No, not that many, actually. 11 reason to program using Odin in 12 minutes. Oh yeah, Odin is really good. Dynamic arrays in C. Unity, bro. Our stocks diving. Yeah, 10 months ago, Unity game ended themselves a different take. Yeah. Yeah, by the way, guys, see, this is why I don't do C++ tutorials anymore. Take a look at this. 1,000 views. And then go all the way to the beginning. 100,000 views. You invest more time into your tutorials, but you get exponentially less views. It's crazy. It's like 1/100th of views. No one wants to watch tutorials. No one wants to watch tutorials, exactly. So, like, the only thing that people would like to watch, and this is what I will do, and I'm going to tell you this is going to get views. We're going to make a Vampire Survivors clone with that, but not anytime soon. The moment I release my game on Steam, and it is remotely successful, just a little bit successful, you know, I will make a full video from start to finish, making an entire game from start to finish, including publishing it to Steam. And I wanna like try to do that in sub 6 hours, maybe sub 8 hours. And that video will get a lot of views because it's one video. And you have everything in one video. Have you seen what Randy's doing at the moment? I have seen some Twitter posts about Randy doing some game in C that he wants to put on Steam. And he asked for a bunch of C or C++ developers. He is making a course where you publish a game to Steam from start to finish. Over 90 days with C. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, see, yeah. Like, I wasn't sure exactly what he was doing, but yes. But I will. What I will do is, with the moment... Oh, is he selling his game? I don't think he is, right? Randy, game, Steam. Big D, Randy on Steam, that's not it. What is it called, guys? What is this game called on Steam? It's the survival game. Does anyone remember the name? Arcane. Arcane Steam. No. Arcana. I think it's Arcana, guys. Yeah, there it is. It has a demo version out. And he's taking a break from the game, yeah. So essentially, like I want to do, like essentially I want to do that too, but I want to do this in a YouTube video. I want to do basically I want to do this. That's my idea. You see, like when you type in C++ tutorial, these guys come up. Free code camp, 4 hours. Then C++ tutorial full course, 2 hours, 22 minutes. 6 hours, 3.7 million views. Now I could do something like this too, but I can only do this when I have a somewhat successful game on Steam. I can only do this once I have a somewhat successful game on Steam. Would you use J again, Cakez? Yeah, I would, but only if there's better editor support. 3 years wasted. How to not develop a game that might be kind of too close to home? Okay, bro. His first tutorial video has 100,000 views, even though he goes into detail. Yeah, I know. But YouTube works in an annoying way. The more tutorials you do in a playlist, the less views you get over time. What's your opinion on Zig? I don't like it. It's too much oop for me. But I didn't dive too deep into the language because of these roadblocks. Just wasn't enjoying myself. It's... I don't want to say too complicated, but yeah, it just didn't work out for me. Although I write a lot of Rust, I find the J syntax gross, it's different, yeah. Previously on Cakez, Zix is fucking trash. Yeah. You probably would never be able to appear in the search results because of top 1s have millions. No, I would. I know how to make a YouTube video by now. Like, not perfectly, but I know how to make the start of a video entertaining enough so people stick around. And I will not appear at the top in the first couple of days, I won't, no. But over time I will. Of course, because it's not been done. There's not a single person on YouTube that has done this. I would be the first. However, I'm running against time because there might be someone in the future that does exactly that. But the requirements for doing something like that are pretty steep. You have to have a somewhat successful game on Steam first. You need to have written this in C++. And then you would need to make an entire game and publish it to Steam and then make a video on that. These are huge requirements. The Cherno the Cherno doesn't have a game on Steam. Tell me any game on Steam from the Cherno that is somewhat successful. He doesn't. And if he has, it's split into multiple episodes. I'm talking about one episode. I'm talking about one game. He's building engines, not games, yeah. The journo's making an engine. He worked at EA though, that doesn't make any difference. People that are on the internet are searching on how to make games in C++. Not a lot, but there's some people that search for that. And they will take advice from someone that has written in his own engine in C++ and then actually shown that he can release a game over someone who has stated that he worked for something but doesn't have anything to show that is actually tangible. How to make games in C++ works at EA edition. So I'm not saying that his tutorials are bad. Please don't take me the wrong way, because they are good, right? I'm saying that there's not a single person on the internet that has done this, and I'm pretty sure I can be the first. And I can establish myself in that field. Now, Jonathan Blow could do something like that, but I'm pretty sure he doesn't want to do this, because it requires a lot of time and effort. I meant that YouTube sorts by views, so you have to get 10 million plus views to appear at the top of the C++ tutorial search. I think I can get over 1 million views when I have all of these prerequisites done. If I have a somewhat successful game. Just one single streamer needs to play my game to be for it to be successful enough for me to make this video. Like, it's crazy how much power it gets. It's crazy how much, how do you say that? It's not power. How much... Fuck, what is this? What's the English word? How much... I don't know the English word. It's not respect. Like, people put your trust. Authority, yes. It's crazy how... authority. Credibility, yeah. It's crazy, like, somewhat along those lines. Authority. It's crazy how much authority you gain by having something done already. It's insane. Like, it's not influence, it's authority. Influence is something else. Yeah. So with the authority, that would work. Did you already react to the 200 days of game development progress by Tetan? He develops a TD in Rust. Some people say it's a C++ alternative. Expertise, legitimacy. Yeah, legitimacy. I think it's called legitimacy or something. Yeah, so that's what I want to do. It's on my mind, but I can only do this later. I can only do this later. It will take some more time, but we're getting there. We're working on it. It's like a snowball. It starts slow. Starts very slow, but it can roll, you know. There's always the possibility for it to roll. Okay, I mean, I guess we could watch it, guys. The should you make your own engine, and then we start programming. I searched for C++ game engine. 5th search result is a 1-hour video with 95 views. Listen, man. Okay, fine. Let's see. C++ game tutorial. What do I get? Which video did you get? I only see playlists, man. I only see playlists. Cakez SFML. Please don't steal their views. This video has already gotten all of the views it can get. It gets like 2 views a day or something, bro. It's 4 years old. What are you talking about? Are you dumb? Also, we're adding value to the video by talking about it. Hey, the Dev Dad, thank you very much for rating. Welcome, everyone. Good morning. This is because search is complete ass these days? I didn't get it, but guys, I can tell you that it's not done before. You mean this one? Are you actually talking about this video right here? The C++ game development day 632 game progress without a single thumbnail? Just some lazy ass picture? Like, come on, bro. What are you talking about? Like, this is nothing. What are you talking about? It's recent though? I don't care if it's recent. Maybe that's why. No, the video doesn't have any views because it doesn't have a thumbnail. Why would anyone click on some text? It's a stream, by the way. Yeah, it's a stream as well. But yeah. It's just a void from a stream, yeah. So guys, let's not talk about this. We are wasting our time, but that's what I want to do in the future. And we'll see, you know, we'll see. I will learn a lot more with C++ game development until I release my game. I will learn more about the pitfalls and stuff like that. And, you know, I will definitely change my stance on certain things. But I think it's a cool idea that we can do, you know, in the future. And then maybe, just maybe, I'm like 90% sure that it will get a lot of views and attention. And this is ultimately the reason why I'm actually doing videos and I'm streaming. Because when I started, I thought that all of the tutorials that I found on the internet were trash. I didn't like them. It might be like a shitty take or an out of touch take, but I thought that I could do it better. That's just my honest opinion. Like, you guys, I can totally understand, you know, out of touch take. I can totally get it, but I thought so. I still think so. I do. And so we'll do that in the future. He just ignored the link I posted. Why are you linking something? What are you linking? Making a game in C from scratch? And? What is the point? What about it? Huh? I don't understand. It's too long, by the way. It's too long. Look, no one watches this. Episode 2. What about this? Source code walkthrough. There's a trade-off. People like C++ because of freedom and control you get. They also hate it for some reason. Well, you watched it? Yeah, but that's because of collision. I wanted to learn about collision. I didn't watch the tutorial. I wanted to learn how to collide things. Nobody watches this? Guys, are you stupid? Okay, well guys, we're in a rabbit hole. Like, you make content yourself, you will understand, okay? Like, don't talk to me about content if you don't know what you're talking about, okay?
You are wrong, guys. You are wrong. You are 100% wrong.
Okay. Anyways. People want C and C++ just like any other programming language or tutorial. They want to feel smart, but they don't want to do the work. That's why a 4-minute video with some general tips has 200,000 views, and a specific tutorial on how to actually do the steps has at most 10,000, 100,000 at most. It will always get less views because it's more difficult to do that. Anyways, okay guys, let's watch this. Why should you build your own game engine? When I started my game engine progress, no, how do you say that? When I started my journey, I watched this video to figure out whether I should make my own game engine, because in my case, I started with Unity. I tried to make a Witcher 3 clone. I know. Small project to begin with, you know, it's just a Witcher 3 clone. It's like, you know, anyone can do it. I failed. Okay, I failed. And then I was like, maybe that's easier in Unreal Engine. So I tried doing Unreal Engine. And then I got stuck on about 1,500 shaders compiling for more than 4 to 5 hours. And this is when I told myself that, F this, we're going to make an engine. And I wanted to know whether it is a good idea. And so I came across this video, which is now posted 4 years ago, more than 4 years ago. And I watched it. And then made a decision based on that video, or maybe not. But I totally do not remember any of the points in the video. But, you know, why not rewatch it and see if I still agree with those points? Because ultimately, as you can tell, I did make my own engine. I did make my own game in C and C++. And in my opinion, this was the best decision that I've ever done. Let me quickly build this. That's easy. Mine was Star Citizen, but better. Yeah. Let me check here. Something's off. A Witcher 3 clone in 2 hours, yes. What is going on? What happened? What happened? Did I broke something? Hey? Did I actually break something? Bro's game is actually looking good. Thank you, Frosty Hugo. Don't use your YouTube account. Use a private window or something because the results are biased. Yeah, I know. But even then, it's also based on your IP address. Alright, okay, so we fixed it. I don't know what I did here. Something was off. Just wanted to fix that. Let's see what he has to say.
Let's talk about some important distinctions when using the term game engine.
Uh-huh.
Game engines are sometimes conflated with frameworks.
Mm-hmm.
For instance,
frameworks are basically SDL2, Raylib, or SFML. They give you functions to draw chords, to do audio, to gather input. But they don't give you a nice little interface that you think of in Unity where, oh, I'm gonna place this guy right here. You know, you have the gizmos, you drag it on the X and Y axis, maybe on the Z axis, and then you place a sound on top of that, prefab or whatever you wanna call it.
GLFW is a framework which provides input, rendering, and multi-monitor functionality. GLFW stands for Graphics Library Framework. Another framework, used to make both Dead Cells and Northgard, is called heaps.io. They call themselves a game engine, but they do not provide the slew of tools which many users come to expect from game engines if their experience is with Unreal, Unity, and Godot.
Okay.
Heaps.io may instead be considered a high-performance rendering framework. Even big game engines will offer
okay, but what does this have to do with building your own game engine?
Libraries and other frameworks. For instance, Unity implements a layout engine called Yoga for its UI, which was created by Facebook.
It's called Yoga, really? Like, isn't Dev Spudges constantly on the edge and crying about the Unity UI?
You don't have to build it all, but you can. To build a game engine, you do not have to make everything from scratch. That is not to say that you can just stitch things together and call it a day. There will still be software architecture and serious programming involved. You decide on the level of complexity required.
That's actually a good point. Like, he's right here. So if you decide to use SDL2, for example, you could decide to use the audio from SDL2. The video is kind of muted, by the way. Yeah, I'm gonna boost it. I don't know what's going on today, man. This is the second video that we have to boost. It's crazy. But yeah, like, you could decide to use SDL2, but only the audio portion, and then you do the graphics yourself, because maybe you don't want to deal with Windows audio and maybe X Audio 2 or Direct Sound. You don't want to do that. You could use SDL, and then maybe they give you some nice options. I've actually not used SDL at all, so I don't know how good the audio is in there, but you can. Use the parts only, unit only, yeah. F? Nah, just me it seems. Should be fine, let me see. Yeah, it's more, today I don't have any dropped frames so far, 0. Should be good. Yeah, but thank you, Ramis. Like, if you guys notice anything, you know, I have fiber now, and yesterday we had some issues. I literally had to phone them for like 15 minutes. It was awesome, man. Watching my VOD from yesterday and cutting that shit out made me angry again. It was on my end, yeah. It's fine. Okay, let's move on. Good or bad?
If you want to write a 3D rendering library from scratch, you can. You can also choose not to do that, and instead leverage a rendering framework which already exists. You may be thinking, okay, then why not just leverage an existing game engine? Well, the difference here is one of scope.
Well, the existing game engine forces you into their way of doing things. And a framework doesn't. A framework allows you to place the code in blocks that you want to. While they force you to use their way of, let's say, doing graphics, they give you an interface. But a game engine forces you, they essentially force you everything. Oh, Jackie Coates, thank you very much for following. Good morning. It's fine, it's fine. Thank you so much.
You want to draw stuff on the screen. A rendering framework will allow you to do just that and nothing more, allowing you to focus on building the systems required, rather than learning the...
There's one caveat about the rendering framework, okay? I always say that. Please build your own abstraction for your own rendering framework if you use that. Because...
No. Jackie_Codes is gifting 1 sub to the community.
Thank you, Jackie Codes, for gifting a sub to me, Augustus. I appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. This will mask my guilt. True. Pay to win always works. Of course. Did you already apologize to my buddy Aizen, by the way, for yesterday, or are you still in denial? I watched the VOD from yesterday. Aizen was clearly toxic and the 10 minutes timeout were deserved. No, he was clearly toxic. I even watched the clip too. He's wrong. He was wrong and toxic and L-take. No. It's not an L-take. Dude, you're gaslight. No. Lie. No, obviously not. It's a W-take, guys. You're wrong. Watch the VOD again. No, he was clearly talking about it in a toxic way. Fuck Aizen. Yeah, true. Deserved. Anyways, guys, stop interrupting, okay? We are watching a video, a high-quality video, okay? And you interrupted my point. What was I talking about? Oh, yeah, like, if you use a rendering framework, let's say STL2 or Raylib or SFML or whatever you want to use, you know, your mama's pennies or whatever. You want to create an interface that is your own interface that calls the STL functions or the Raylib functions. Because then whenever you decide that that doesn't work for me, because that can happen. You know, because everyone is inexperienced that does this, that is new to this. You can decide that, oh shit, man, I hate STL2. I don't want this anymore. Then it is easier for you to exchange or change these function calls in your interface in, let's say, 10 places, 5 places, instead of 100 places, because you're calling the draw call in 100 different places for UI, for units, for enemies, for some clutter in the world, foliage, stones, whatever you want to call it. You know, you have so many different draw calls in your game, and it's easier to have that than interfaced, that you can abstract this away, that's abstracted away, and then you can just change those like 5-6 function calls that you have abstracted away. And then it's also easier because you have your own interface, your own data that you supply to these functions. And let's say maybe you don't like the interface of Raylib. It requires certain specific vector data or some other data. You can pass in your own data and you always conform to your own data. I would highly recommend doing that, and the same with audio or any other system that you use. It makes exchanging these libraries and testing out different libraries that much more simple, and you will have a much easier time. And it doesn't take that much time to set this up, but it gives you a huge flexibility boost, okay? If you spend skill points when you level up as a programmer, you should put some in flexibility. I'm telling you, it will help you.
Tools. Okay, now you want some simple animations, but you do not need blend trees, animation subgraphs, and all the other bells and whistles. Well, you can just write a few functions which handle easings and timings, and that's it. Is it general purpose and able to handle all cases? No. But that is fine, because you only need to cover the cases required by your...
I mean, I could go into so much detail. I don't know if I go into too much detail, guys, tell me. But for example, easing functions, right? Easings.net, very good fucking website. Take a look at this. It shows you the curve. I can make it a bit bigger. This is one of the best curves website. You take it like, let's say, ease out cubic. You want to have this in your game? Easy. Click on this. This is the function right here. You take this function, copy this over, and depending on what type of code base you use, C++, C, I don't know, Zig, Odin, paste it in, put it in your game, and done. You have an easing function right here. Easing, I think we have it in schnitzellib. If I do too much, tell me, okay? So let's say ease out, what was it? Cubic. I guess I don't have it, but I have quad. Boom, now you have an easing function, very nice. After power killing your performance. But listen, man, don't talk about performance when you don't know what your game is about. You can only know that when you call it a lot of times. If you call it like one time a frame, it's not gonna impact your performance at all.
More tools do not mean better solutions. Most games built in general purpose game engines do not use a fraction of the features provided.
Is that Frostpunk? No, it's Northgard, okay.
The tools given to you in these game engines will sometimes
Getting
cause
flashbacks
you
to
to come
I'm
up with
Robot.
strangely hacky solutions, which produce inconsistent results. For instance, I have seen people using the Unity animation graph as a general purpose state machine for their game logic.
Okay.
It's an interesting approach, but now
Isn't
the
the
game logic
Unity
is
animation graph where you specifically state certain animation states, like idle, attacking, and walking, and then you drag arrows between the different states, and you add conditions to the arrows when you swap, and that can get out of hand very quickly. It's just a finite state machine with transitions, yes. I found this to be very easy to use, actually. In a simple, let's not talk about 3D, right? Because 3D is crazy, but in 2D, I found this to be very simple, actually. I know it can get out of hand with all of these different arrows pointing everywhere, you know? It's like a spider web. But I found this really cool, actually. I liked it.
coupled to this UI system, which only exists inside
Very
the
powerful
Unity
also,
engine
yeah.
editor.
Easy to approach. Can grow out of hand with complex system, but yeah, for simple things, it's fine.
Game engine plus game is not equal to game engine. There is a considerable difference between building a game and engine from scratch versus building a game engine with no idea in mind. When designing an engine to build a specific game or type of game, you can be absolutely ruthless with feature cutting.
True.
Only implementing the features which the game requires to function.
True. That's actually true. I can't stress this enough how true this is and how important this is. Guys, again, if I do too many examples, let me know. But for example, what is the best one that I could use? Actually, something that we do today. I have a missile in the game. This missile is something that could be mistaken for a projectile, but it's not. It's a different type of projectile that handles a different... How do you say that? That handles a different type of fly curve. I use this... I don't have an example. It's bad. Let me see. Nah, let's just I would take like 10 days. It's fine. I'm just gonna cut it. It's fine. It's too much. It would be too much. It's fine.
Conversely, when you are building a game engine designed for public consumption or for creating games of unknown types, you must implement orders of magnitude more features. Exactly.
Well, I want to have at least one example. Let me think of one example that makes sense. I have one. I actually have one that's very simple. Is it? Is it a good example? I don't want to use a terrible example. But let's talk about asset loading. I think that's a good idea. Is it though? I'm a bit confused if it is or not. Well, for example, I'm working on it. My brain's running. It's computing right now, okay, bro? Like, I'm trying to draw a parallel between the game and... I think I have a very simple example, actually. Is it in a game? Let's see. Let's do Control-Shift-B. Struct, what is it called, guys? Guys, a particle. Struct particle emitter. There we go. Your brain is compiling. I think this is the best when we talk about this in comparison with Unity. Have you guys ever used particles in Unity? And you have, I don't know, maybe tried to make a particle that flies, that moves up, like it gets shot out and then it basically flies in a curve. Like, how do you say that? Like a sprinkler? Could be like a fountain. Is it called a fountain in English? Like a water fountain kind of particle? Now this particle system, such a particle system requires a bunch of different fields. Okay, and I've made, obviously in my games I have particles too. Excuse me. But I don't have nearly as many options for my particle systems as Unity does, because I don't need them. I don't need to have such a fine-grained control over how I change my particles over time, because the need has not arisen yet. And that's the difference between an engine and a engine made for a game. The game will dictate what this data will be. I need to slow down my particles. I need to have speed. That's in general. And then I need to have scale maybe. And then lifetime variation. That was the biggest ones that I needed. And then some emit stuff, of course. And then obviously also something, how do I spawn particles? Is it in a box? Is it in a circle? In my case, it's only using a circle, spawn radius. That's why it's a radius. And so I can be very brutal with what type of data I need. And therefore, the engine itself is more specific to my game. But it also gives me the option to extend this. And in Unity, you don't have the option to minimize this at all. It tells you this is what is needed. Mostly everyone wants to have this, and you're going to use that and nothing else. Unless you build your own particle system in Unity, of course. There's a separation between application and business logic. Application is like a tool that is available. Business is like what exactly you want to do. A lot linear, no bloat. Yeah, there's also no bloat. It's a lot linear, and you can change it to your liking to fit your specific case. Exactly. There's so many specific things in my game that, yeah. Let's not go too much into this. It will be like 10 hours React. I hate it.
Decide to make game engines for their games can go seriously.
Sorry about this. Let's move back.
Games of unknown types. You must implement orders of magnitude more features.
Yeah.
This is why people who decide to make game engines for their games can go seriously wrong if they are not careful.
Exactly, you can scope creep out of oblivion, but this is also why the journal realized that making a game engine is actually really hard and takes a lot of time. And if you don't believe me, there's actually a video of the journal. What is it? The journal game engine. What's next, I think.
Am I so out of touch? No.
What it takes to release a game engine. I think this is it. Hazel release. It might be this one. Or is something else. I don't remember. Don't you have to watch the journal to work that out? What do you mean? What are you talking about? What is this guy talking about? Sturdy Post, thank you very much for gifting a sub to Orshi. Is that another toxic sub gift? Bruh. Anyways, let's move on here.
One can end up implementing a bunch of features just in case. and end up wasting a lot of time.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah,
If you're
we've
planning
done
to
that.
make a game and write the engine from scratch, be aware that the engine design should echo the game design. For example, if
Toxic sub-gift. Yeah, like a sub-gift to a person that is toxic in chat so that they keep coming here and be more toxic. Yeah. Like Mr. Almeida does. And now he's like hawing me. But I appreciate it nonetheless. I do. Toxic sub-gift. Don't be so negative all the time, Cakez. Be more positive. Better yourself. That's a great idea. Or she is wholesome. How am I toxic? Okay, let's see. Maybe I'm wrong and then I apologize. I will apologize if I'm wrong. Obviously. Okay, if I made a mistake here, then I will apologize. Let's see. Orshi. By the way, Orshi is streaming too, guys. Nails. Okay, let's see. Aizen got banned. Chat missed him. Stronch. He's the most wholesome viewer here. Sad cat. She willingly married this dude, so it might be a toss-up. Is he talking about me? Now, let's assume he's talking about someone else, right? We check balloons to make sure that drag start is also 0.25. Aha. So that is a sarcastic, passive-aggressive comment about me taking a look at balloons to make my game. Okay, but let's move on. You know, like this one. Okay. Nahan codes. Are you ready to math out some laser angles? Stare. Collector of stuff is basic. Aizenris, did you really get banned? True. Noted. Lena. Okay, let's move a little bit back. You could have worked your full-time job and made your game. Not like you code more than 2 hours anyway. Clueless. Aha. Scope creep combined with skill issues. Deadly combo. There we go. That's what we're talking about. Just be a leech. Not toxic at all. No, it's not toxic at all. No. €8 lifeline. UHN. What about your other income stream? The wife's nursing income. Okay, champ. No GTS, no clips, no chatting. This stream is dog now. I see. So glad I came here to watch this awesome software and game dev. People happy. This is another passive aggressive one. Yo, $2 and let my homie go to YouTube prison. Even $3. Hey, my man. Okay, example, $2 for Slytherin. Omega Destroyer, thank you so much for $2 on YouTube. I'm sorry that I don't have a notification for that. I'll actually write that down to fix the notifications today. It's embarrassing that I still don't have that set up. Stream Elements was bugging out, so we have to get over to Stream Elements. Was it Stream Elements or Stream Labs? I think Elements, right? Elements? Notifications. YouTube? Maybe I can ask Ebif as well. If there's a way to get YouTube notifications. Read the next one. He should cut that up and make a short. Are you enjoying this awesome React content, YouTube? I'm just talking to the future YouTube homies, huh? Okay. Anyways, let's move on. Gilo, thank you very much for following, sir. Good morning.
Making a 2D side-scroller. There is no need to have a first-person camera with perspective implemented in your engine. You are never going to be utilizing that. You decide the programming language. Language choice can be important for a few reasons which we will go into shortly. But first I want to speak about one reason why it's not important.
You know, guys, how I need to make YouTube videos? It's actually very simple. I need to play a bunch of games and record the gameplay. If I want to talk about, let's say, indie games, I just record a bunch of indie games footage. Then I don't know, I just use a random clip selector that changes every, I don't know, 30 seconds or 50 seconds or 1 minute. And then I just speak over that footage. I should actually try to do that and see if that video gets views. Because that's mostly what I see everywhere here. And then some text. Like, that's what I see.
And that is learning the language. programming languages can be picked up pretty quickly once you have a decent amount of experience in one language. Learning a new language and its particular features are trivial in comparison to the other
But you need to use everything from a game engine. Isn't the entire point that it has stuff for you to use, so you don't need to make it yourself? Someone gifted Orshi? Oh, Mr. Amida. Good morning, sir. What do you want? Okay, let's wait for the clip.
I don't know how to explain that because it's starting to get fucking difficult!
Yeah. By the way, guys, this is Vulkan. You want to learn Vulkan? There you go. That's Vulkan. Cakez, you really have to scroll up to find a toxic comment. It makes him one of your most wholesome viewers, if we are being honest. You can just take someone else's video and talk over that. No need to talk over gameplay. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Shut your fucking mouth. I know what you're trying to say here, okay? Shut the fuck up, okay? Fuck you.
reasons why being able to choose the programming language
Cold
matters.
old.
There are some more hurdles involved in going from something like JavaScript to Haskell, as they are very different. Nevertheless, all programming...
I have a question for you guys. The Lisp programming languages, okay? Lisp programming languages. Can you make a game in them? Can you make a game in a Lisp programming language? Is it a difficult task? Is that an interesting problem to solve? Is it an interesting programming? Is it easy? I watched my first Lisp. Guys, wait. Okay, so I asked too many questions. There's chat delay. It's not difficult. It's very interesting. It's a challenge. Easy as hell. Nah. Probably could do it in Excel, but why would I? Generally, yeah. Well, it'd probably be another... Okay, Gunnar Nymphicus, I'll see you in 5 minutes. It's your first time, you know, it's the first time you go onto the bus. See you in 5 minutes. You know, please bring me some pommes and Coca-Cola with you, okay? See you in 5 minutes. Goodbye, guys. Okay, nice. Gonna pause notifications because someone is actually gonna try to interrupt. Pretty sure it's true. Streamer being toxic again? No, he was toxic. He got what he deserved. Let's move on.
languages are just a way of letting the programmer know what is going on in the computer's memory. Being able to choose the language means you can choose what you already know and build off of that knowledge. I decided not to do that and instead to learn C at the same time as creating an engine because I wanted to know more about memory management. However,
that's actually a smart idea. You learn a lot if you do this. It's a steep curve. It's like a huge mountain when you start this, but you learn so much valuable information. It's crazy. And C doesn't give you any of the C++ constructs, so you have to deal with memory allocation, deallocation, and managing that. You know, it's really cool. And I can still, again, I recommend Handmade Hero for that. It's a very nice starting point. Intro to C on Windows. Google that, you will find Handmade Hero. It's a really cool playlist, and it teaches you a lot about memory as well. It's awesome.
It's more comfortable for you and a better use of your time, you can just stick with whatever language you already know.
Also, the advantage of C is that it's simple. It's the most simple program. It's basically, in my opinion, let's not talk about macros, okay? Not talking about that. It is basically pseudocode. Easy pseudocode. That's what C is.
Knowledge, you can develop tools to help you with your subsequent projects and gain a deeper understanding along the way. Then in your next game project, you will have multiple tools, libraries, or modules to leverage, and you will know exactly how they work and what their uses are. If you are a web developer with mostly JavaScript experience, then you can leverage that and build a game in JavaScript. There are numerous examples of games and engines written in JavaScript. Crosscode, a top-down action role-playing game by Radical Fish, is written in JavaScript. The developers took the game engine Impact.js and heavily modified it.
Vampire Survivors was written in JavaScript, guys. Huge game. Huge game. Massively successful.
To achieve their goals. They have a number of technical blog posts on their website which you can check out.
It is now in Unity.
Paradigm.
Guys, let me clarify. It was JavaScript. It is now in Unity. They converted it to another language. Yes, they converted it, but it started out as JavaScript. And it was massively successful on itch. I think. Let me not say that. Let's just not say that, but go into itch. And then Vampire Survivors. It might have blown up after the fact, though. You can run the game here. It's like one of the very first versions. It's JavaScript. You see that? We have like 4 heroes. You can confirm, and I think it's 1 level. Yeah. That's essentially where it began. It's actually the most difficult version, in my opinion, because the start of this is you only have 1 slot. It's loud as fuck, man. I think it blew up on Steam. Yeah, you're right. It didn't blow up on itch, but it blew up on Steam. It's really cool. If you want to play Vampire Survivors for free, you can go there. That's how it began. It's a really cool game. The reason why this is so loud is because this video is so quiet. I don't know what's happening. We watched 2 videos today that have been like extraordinarily quiet.
Oriented, procedural, structured, functional, insert programming style here. Whatever style of programming you want to use, you can. With the big 3, Unity, Unreal, and Godot, you are locked into their way of doing things. You can fight against it, of course, but then you are struggling with the very tool which is intended to make your life easier. If most of your experience is...
OBS volume is normalized. Like I spent a lot of time on it. It's not OBS volume. I wanted to add to this, though, one last thing that I think is important to point out here. You should always try to start with a game engine first. Let's say Unity, Unreal Engine, or Godot. One of them. Maybe Game Maker too. But I think you have to invest money a little bit to have like ultimate freedom. It's not much money. I think it was $100. Start with one of these game engines and then see if you like it or not. You yourself making experience in those engines will ultimately lead to a decision. That means that will either tell you that you like working in these engines or not. I started with Unity. And after 3 months of no progress, fighting with the systems, and feeling more or less terrible about myself, I figured out for myself that this is just not what I will use in the future to make games. But I still started with Unity. And I think it's important to point that out because you need to make that experience. You shouldn't go without at least giving them a try. Even if they have their way of doing things, you might enjoy the process still. That is not a bad thing.
Programmed a specific way, and it does not have too negative an impact on performance. We'll get into performance shortly. Then you are free to continue writing in that style.
Hello, Maple. Good morning, man.
Engine, you run into the issue of fighting with the tools repeatedly, unless you decide to conform to its standards, which I should mention is an entirely valid strategy.
Yeah.
You can refactor for performance. Without access to the game engine's internals, you may be at a loss to improve the performance of your game past a certain point. If you're a solo developer or a small team, chances are you won't be going for hyper-realistic graphics and utilizing the latest features 3D graphics has to offer. However, you may be creating something like a city building game or a colony management game. These types of games can be deceptively performance hungry, as there may be tens or hundreds of thousands of calculations happening each second.
Yeah, you're probably CPU bound. I have that in my game too, and I don't do many calculations. I have a simple tower defense game, but yeah, CPU bound
Unity,
is a big problem.
You're at the mercy of not just the engine architecture, but also the C# garbage collector. For anyone watching or listening who does not know what I am talking about, I'll give a brief summary of what a garbage collector is. Some languages allow you to do manual memory management. If you have 100 objects in the scene, they can be anything, but let's take an example like units in a real-time strategy game. When 90 of these units are killed, you don't want them hanging around, taking up memory and potentially still having calculations done to them. So you call something like delete on the unit objects. If the language is garbage collected, all this does is mark the objects for deletion until the next time the garbage collector runs, which you cannot reasonably control.
No, the garbage collector is its own
reasonably
thing.
Because there is a method to force the garbage collector to run, but it is a considerable performance cost.
Yeah, oftentimes, like speaking from experience, most people that come here, they talk about how they are fighting with the garbage collector instead of conforming to it. It's oftentimes an issue for them. It's essentially what it means is, let's say you have an enemy, you spawn an enemy, you need some memory for that enemy. Of course, it has data. And then you allocate that memory, and then all of a sudden the enemy dies at some point further down the line, right? And then you, as he said, mark that enemy as deletion. In C++, you would just free the memory, or you have some other way of dealing with this allocation. And then in a memory managed language, like let's say C#, the garbage collector will then at some point run and clean up that memory. And that is how potentially, if you forget to mark it as deletion or something, you can still find ways to somehow leak memory. And the best example, unfortunately, is the game from Thin Matrix, Equilox, where it is written in Java, garbage collected memory, not memory, garbage collected language, still has memory leak issues, unfortunately. So yeah, unfortunately that is an issue. But it doesn't always have to be that. There's many great games written in C#, Java, all over the place.
As it goes through every object in the program and checks if it needs to be removed. If the language is not garbage collected, you must explicitly free up the memory. The difference is that it is instantaneous and only regards the objects you want to free from memory.
Yeah, but you can make a lot of mistakes here.
That is just one example of where your hands may be tied. The scenarios will differ depending on which engine you are using.
Like Minecraft? Minecraft is Java, yeah? Or was. I think they changed it, did I?
If you're the kind of person who feels compelled to create even when you could be relaxing, you'll understand what I mean by this. Practicing and getting better at programming is not only joyous, but it is also necessary. Spend too many nights in a row watching Netflix or playing video games, and you'll start to get that feeling in the back of your head. The one that drives you to create and explore. The one that tells you you're wasting your time. As soon as you dive into an old project or start a new one, you'll lose yourself and become one with time and space.
Interesting.
At least until your phone vibrates and knocks you out of the flow state. Tip: turn off your phone during deep work. Writing a game engine has its challenges, and that's a good thing. When you practice your craft and challenge yourself, you improve rapidly.
This guy's bad.
The sphere of computer programming is so expansive that no one person can be all-knowing. That doesn't mean you can't try. Knowledge for knowledge's sake is a valid philosophy. Every time you sit down and work on your engine, you are making progress towards not just finishing the engine and/or your game, but towards a better version of yourself. Conclusion.
Funny how he links Stardew Valley now. He shows Stardew Valley now.
Building an engine gives you complete control and knowledge of the inner workings. It will force you to learn about a whole bunch of things which you might not have otherwise touched on.
Surface level shit show code, bro.
Crazy hard. There are frameworks and libraries for all sorts of things. Rendering, asset importing, audio, input, displaying text, physics, linear algebra, and many more. I intentionally did not go into the circumstances under which you should not build a game engine, as they have been cited and rehashed all over the internet. Make sure to read or listen to the other side of the...
I think you should have done that, to be honest. Like, you can't only just put points pro for game engine and not go into the negative ones. It's like a balance of positives and negatives. One big negative is time investment. You should do that
as well. I have learned more about programming and how computers work in the last few months than in the entirety of my development career. A big caveat here is that I was a web developer, not a game developer.
Me too, yeah. I started out as a web developer as well.
If you find yourself in a position where building an engine seems viable, you should certainly consider it. I cannot tell you if it's right for you, but I can tell you that it was right for me. If you made it to the end...
I think you only know if it's right for you when you see some results. Whether that be a job application that works out for you or a game that you have made picking up traction on Steam and getting somewhat nice reviews, and it is somewhat stable on other systems, because that is ultimately the biggest issue that you will run into with C++, making games for other platforms and then having them run on on a bunch of different systems. I think that is the most difficult that is the most difficult task that you have to finish, or how do you say that you have to complete.
Thank you for listening or watching. Let me know if you're building your own engine or if you completely disagree with me. Just leave a comment below. If you like the video, please leave a thumbs up, as it does help the channel. If you dislike the video, please leave a thumbs down, as it also helps the channel. And if you have a particular point
I disagree with Cakez. Leave a comment, Cakez.
Leave a comment about that. If you'd like to see more videos like this, then make sure to subscribe. I'll have one of these every Wednesday, and
I love Stardew Valley.
Another engine programming video every Sunday. Catch ya.
Really cool. Yeah, Stardew Valley is sorted, by the way. Every single thing that you see here is sorted and then drawn. I don't know if the sorting algorithm is run every frame, or if it is it's caching it. Like the video, Cakez? Yeah, we will like the video. Of course. It's very generalized, of course, but it's also difficult to go into a lot of specifics. In the future, I will make such a video myself, but only after I have finished my game. Because there's no point in making a video like that and then, you know, pretending to know. We don't know yet. We don't know yet. We haven't finished our game. We didn't release it. And we didn't get feedback on how it didn't work on 50% of operating systems, because my programming is trash. You know, sorted, not Z-buffered. They are sorted. Yes, you can see the different draw calls if you inspect any frame in Stardew Valley. Hey, hello there, Chaos Machines. Good morning. Kinda unfair that you have favorites. I definitely say worst stuff on a constant basis and never got timed out. Okay, there's another, like, a drama queen over there on YouTube. It's fine. Anyways, this is the video, guys. If you liked it and you want to support him, there you go. That's his YouTube video and his channel. Dalen Falconer. He has actually made a tutorial on YouTube, how to make a game. Game engine in C++ was actually really successful 2 years ago. Very cool. Would you consider Raylab an engine in that context? Where's the line? Raylab is a framework. I don't consider any library an engine. What I consider as an engine is a general purpose program that you start to build your game in. Someone is calling me right now. What the fuck? Hello? Yeah, it was essentially, you guys remember yesterday we had the fiber issues. Hey, what's going on here? Where the internet would disconnect after I got fiber connected to my house. And they sent me a new router, and he wanted to ask whether I have tested out the router already. And I told him that I haven't, because I haven't experienced any issues so far. But I now have like a termin in English to test the new router on Friday after the stream, essentially. It runs every frame, but only on the entities that are called by the camera's frustum. Yeah, of course, it runs every frame. Oh, you know that, Omega Destroyer, yeah. Scamming them out of a free router? No. I would have completely cancelled my fiber contract if that persisted, the issues. But we didn't have any issues today, so that's nice. Look at Discord. But don't show it on stream. It's a direct message, Cakez. Okay. Also, you guys told me that, since Jackie Codes was here earlier, she saw like my Godot video and someone clipped it. Where do I find that clip, or is that gone already? Whoa. Not on stream, bro. I know. I was about to move it to the right, you idiot. Okay. I don't know about that, Mr. Amida. I don't know about that, Mr. Amida. I don't know about that, sir. Did he send nudes? Oh yeah, long ones. It's a long one, guys. So, guys, where's the clip? Is it a stream clip? Is it in stream clips? We need to do some coding, guys. We need to work on game development. We need to make the game better. Okay, guys? It's important. Let's see here. 3 days for a circle. Okay, what is this shit? It's fucking toxic, by the way. You know? 3 days for a circle followed 4 minutes ago? Oh yeah, this guy. That was collector of stuff. Account created 5 minutes ago. Following since 5 minutes ago. Basic. I know who exactly this guy is. 3 days for a circle followed 4 minutes ago? Yeah, that kind of cringe. Procrastination simulator. Could you explain what static mesh components do and mean? Static mesh components. I mean, sure, let's make a pirate software painting. Why not? Let's go. I need to practice anyways. Let's go. I love this, you know. I always loved paint. Now I even have an incentive to do that. So, let's say you have a mesh, right? You know... that's a mesh. Okay. And what are you talking about? Static mesh component. Now, I would assume it's a long mesh, yeah. You're talking about Unity, and a mesh component would be a mesh used to collide with this object. You know, if it has a lot of detail, then oftentimes you could use... Whoops. You could use more of an approximation. Let's use a different color. Usually colliders are blue or green, right? Long mesh. You could use an approximation, which could either be a less detailed version of the mesh you want, or that would be called a convex hull, I think, or a mesh that you define yourself. That's a mesh component. That's basically just a rotated rectangle. And this rectangle is then the mesh component. In this thing, let me see here. Maybe I'm wrong. Let me read this again, because it could also be something else. Could you explain a static mesh component? Static. Yeah, static mesh component. It could also be something else. So that, but this is a, there's multiple things. This is a, that mesh would have a convex hole, yeah. That is a collider though. I think you want to have something else actually. Collider. I'm terrible. I need to learn more to write collider. However, a static mesh component could also be this. Let's say you have a chair. You know, let's not do something naughty here, but something normal. That is a chair. Over here. Look at this beautiful chair, guys. What a nice chair. And you would want to have a static mesh component on the chair. This is what you would do. You would build a box. This blue box, for example. Here. Because the chair itself, this is a chair. Of course, right? Chair. And that is static. That means it doesn't move. Okay? It doesn't move. And then that, there's multiple things that could be. It could be the mesh that the chair is made out of. It could be the box that is used for collision detection. But essentially, then what is a mesh? A mesh is essentially the triangles the chair is made out of. So let's zoom into the chair. Okay, this is the chair zoomed in. It's a collection of vertices. Okay, so like this, let's say this is the plate of the chair. This is what you sit on. Okay. Something like this. Bitch. Okay, I'm trying my best to draw this here. It's really difficult. The chair is made out of triangles that look something like this. These triangles have points that are called vertices, and vertices combine into triangles that you can see here, and these combine into a mesh. And the chair itself is that mesh. God, it smells like food the entire time and it's so warm here, man. Cakes, that is not legal. What are you drawing? That is not legal. Yeah. Can I get my random clip, Mr. Streamer? You can get your random clip. Yes,
gotcha, bitch.
We have
Gotcha,
3
bitch.
notifications. Thank you guys for following. This is the clip you asked for.
Experience.
Is it here?
Whenever I finally have something visually pleasing.
Angry Streamer. Fabs to calm down. Calm down. Clap it. Cakes versus UI. The return of Inukai. Sad Cakes. I don't want to see Sad Cakes. Is it here somewhere? So dumb. Steam. Back to. Shit, I'm getting demonetized. Ah, I'm demonetized already. Ah, I'm fucking demonetized. Shit, I shouldn't have clicked on this. Okay, let's see. Yep, rip. What is this? And people tell me that I have a skill issue with Godot.
You abandoned Godot after getting mad. Sounds like you gotta get good. Am I right? High five. Woo, baby, let's go. Cakez right now. Oh, Godot is so hard. I need to go back to C++. Sorry, I'm sorry.
Okay, bro. The UI shit. The UI shit. Okay, bro. That's just how it is. Too many people on screen. Yeah, like I was on screen. Guess now you know why she gifted a sub. Okay, I don't need any like pity subs. Okay, it's fine. All right, guys, it's time. 2-hour mark.
It is time. We need to work on gameplay. We need to make the game 10 times better than what it is at the moment.
Okay. So yesterday I had a cool idea on what we can do with this guy. Okay. Yeah, he needs to gain a level. I just watched your last video, got inspired to continue my own dev and discovered new tech. Cool, that's awesome. That's awesome to hear, bro. Good luck on you. Good luck on your journey, bro. Every sub is a pity sub. 2 hours in and we can finally write some code. Let's see. Alright, so. Now we have to figure out how we do this. Yesterday we talked about how we cannot unspec skill points from the skill tree in the level while the level is running. Well, how do we want to do this? Is this really a good decision or not? Are you streaming PoE Friday, Cakez, or just next week? I think I will, yes. I will stream PoE on Friday. Cakez, did you get the response on your application to Clown School? Yeah, shut your mouth. You are too obsessed with clowns, bro. You should only be able to respec between waves, no? Difficult to say. Kingdom Rush doesn't let you respec.
No.
Mr. Elmido is gifting 1 sub to the community.
Have you considered doing Agile? I think it would be fun because I've never seen someone
Twitch,
with a negative velocity.
Casino, sports betting equals scam.
Working on skill tree again, I guess.
High hell doesn't exist. Don't be afraid of death and you'll be strong.
It's something that is gameplay related, bro.
Every night and never turn it off. Add bleach to the food and throw it in the forest and in the sea with the plastic.
Oh,
the money will come to you.
Okay, bro. Hello, collector of stuff. Anyways, so if I train this ability, and then this guy trains the ability to use it, and then I go back to the skill tree and unspec out of this skill tree, unspec out of this ability, should this ability disappear, or should I not allow unspecking out of abilities during the level? Bloons has a very simple idea or mechanic where putting a point or unlocking experience points is permanent and you can never undo your unlocks. We've already talked about it, yes, but now we have a fresh mind and we can talk about it again to make a more educated guess and decision. I think don't allowing it, and allowing it will cause more problems for you. Well, I mean, I don't care about problems for me. What I care about is the player. Will the player have fun interacting with this mechanic or not? This is more important than me having fun, or yeah, me having issues or not. Just A/B test it. Yeah, this is something I wanted to do. Right now, if I unspec out of this, and let's go here into the code actually. Display skill tree. Then can be deallocated. Player will be too lazy to unspec. No, some people. This can be, I can just comment this out and then I can unspec. It's very simple. I can switch between the two very fast. Learn to divine chaos farming. 3 new words for Zoe to learn. Divine Chaos Farming. Why are there 2 time signs at the bottom of the ability description? Because one of them is cooldown, the other one is recharge. Duration and cooldown. I know what you mean. Being able to undo a level up makes it kind of worthless. Like, there's more fun knowing you have to make the right choice. How does the player know which is which? It's confusing. I know it's confusing, but we're not talking about UI right now, Shade11. We're not talking about UI right now, okay? Let's not introduce another problem. I know about it, but let's not introduce another problem, but talk about the current problem we are having, okay? Which is unspecking and specking out of skill tree points. You will force the player to pick good early game tree, then respec into late game. And it's annoying to do each time. Well, ultimately, what I would like to have is the player unlocks the entire skill tree over time. What is the point of the tank character? He will tank and have taunt, bro. He can taunt strong units. Can someone 100% the skill tree? This is another question that we have to ask ourselves and answer. There needs to be a cost to unspec if it's possible. Maybe have it only return like half the points spent, so there's a cost. No, that would suck. De-leveling, introducing punishment for making a mistake is the worst thing you can do in a game. Absolutely not. If you can do 100%, don't respec. If there's a choice, then allow respec. Both of them make sense and are fun. Isn't that the basis of every game? No, you're wrong. For example, I give you a very simple example. The reason why Vampire Survivors feels so good to play and you feel like you're making progress every time you play the game is because every time you play a level and you fail in the level, that is the failing part, but what you gained during the level is gold. That gold stays with you, that you can then use to put into meta progression, to make your character stronger, to survive longer in the level, and farm more gold for whenever you fail the next time, you have even more gold to spend on meta progression to make your character even stronger and get even further and gain more gold. It is a progressive, it's a progressive system that keeps giving to you while allowing you to fail. And this system right here that I have, the moment you respec, you take half the levels away from the player, you're losing something, not only progress, but also, more importantly, you lose time. And that's the most frustrating thing. It's fine in this game if the player doesn't beat the level, if he gained something by playing the level. Whether that be gold that is permanent or another skill tree unlock that makes the character 5% more likely to use an ability or 5% faster using an ability, or 10% more 10% more durable against enemy attacks. Anything that you gain while not winning is, in my opinion, a way to keep the player engaged to continue playing the game, even if they fail. And yeah, you get the point. So what we work on now is whether we give the player the ability to change his decision and whether we give the player the ability to unlock the entire skill tree. Respect, if you have a skill point to spend, forces the player into having to think. How about getting over it? If you make a mistake, you get punished. Isn't that all there is to the game? Yes. This game, this game is completely different, though. It's the same as roguelike games, in a sense, where if you make a wrong mistake, you start from the very beginning again. Yeah, then might as well. Can make a very interesting level design down the road if you require different abilities for different levels. I don't understand the point of the skill tree. Your character is already a tank. And then can't 100% the tree. Yeah, so I think if you cannot 100% the tree, then obviously we need respecs. It's difficult to say whether... So here's what we're doing. I think we are keeping the respec in town. Why not go with balloons like upgrade paths instead of the tree with many nodes and some big nodes? Because I like the tree more. It makes more fun. I think it's more fun exploring a tree than having 3 different paths exactly like in balloons. Isn't it premature to implement respecs before having needed them? I think you're right, Snoggyball. I already have respecs, but I will limit it to town. I think we'll keep it to the town. Also, the player can cope with, I just had wrong specs, and it is motivated to try it again if he fails a level. Yeah, I think respecking should be in the game, because then you can invest. This is what I like doing a lot, you know, in Kingdom Rush. So I would fail a level in Kingdom Rush. And then I'm like, okay, wait. So I used a lot of archers, but I didn't invest a lot of points into my archers. Maybe if I spent more points into my archers, I can beat the level more easily. And so then I would respec and spend all of my points into archers, spawn a bunch of archers and try the level again. And maybe I would get further or not. And then I'm like, okay, so my build sucked here. Let me try this again. And so I would go back and then respec. And that's essentially what kept me playing for a long time and gave me choice. You're right. Bro, why not have a button for it for now? Later you can decide and just disable it if you don't want respec. We are spending more time discussing than I would like to. No, we need to discuss this and think about this because it's important. It's a good point. You remember the time you talked about Synchron for doing a level editor without having it a game? Are you stupid? Are you dumb? This guy's an idiot, right? What a dumbo. Shine Bro, hello there. Thank you very much for following. I appreciate it, bro. Why so negative? I think for now I would allow respec. It opens up more avenues. Yeah, we keep respec, but I need a button. Okay, fine. We'll keep it like this. We can't respec in the level for now. We can only do it in town. I don't have... There we go. Okay. Now I'm going to implement the level later. Or not the level, the... What is it called? I'm going to implement the... the tutorial for this later. Now we need to work on cooldown. Apply stats. Skill tree node. If it's an ability, create ability of type. Abilities.add. And abilities are here. And then get ability from this. We could have leveled up the abilities, so we want the new stats. Let's see. So we go over the hero's abilities. Alright, hero abilities. How does that work? If you respec, are the points transferable between heroes? No. One hero has, like, it's just like in balloons. One hero has its own skill points, while another hero has their own. Like, every hero trains himself. Let's see. Keep the ability cooldowns and other data. Get ability from list. What does that mean? Abilities, ability ID. If we have a new ability, wait a minute. It's a new ability. Wait a minute. So how does that work? We go over the hero's abilities that he already has trained. And then I want to keep the cooldown for that ability. Even if I level the ability up and get a new one. But if I create a new ability of type, I should make it usable. Make the ability usable. How does it work in Bloons, guys? If I upgrade the mage, for example, to the Phoenix mage, can I use the Phoenix immediately? You're not ready for respec yet. You need to balance your game first and might find that you don't need it. Cooldown multi? Yeah. This basically makes it so that cooldown multiplier can never go below 0. We can have a stat that gives me a cooldown multiplier of a negative. It sounds odd, but that's how it works. Here. So basically I have a base of 1 and then I can increase it by... I hate that. I fucking hate that. I can increase it by minus 100 and that would mean 0. But I can also increase it by minus 200 and that would mean minus 1. Unless I... Yeah. So it's the base times 1 plus increase divided by 100. So that could be minus 100 divided by 100 is 1. 1 plus 1 is 0. And so multiply that by 0. But we can also multiply that by minus 1. And so that could be an issue. That's why I have this there. Anyways, where is that? Creatability of type. Let's turn this into a cooldown. Let's see what happens here. Let's paste the new guy and then, yeah, he can use it immediately. Now what I wanted to do here, and that's something I talked about earlier, the missiles. I want to create a more impactful... Let's see. Want to create a more impactful ability. Hello. Let's see. Shield. Oh, hello, Diamond. Good morning. Shield orbs. I want to give them a radius of 0, maybe. You will never be able to test this without at least 6 to 10 maps. Otherwise you're throwing shit at the wall. No, no, no. I don't need to. I will be able to test this with 1 map. I think you're wrong. Okay, so now what I want to do is damn. Just build the feature and disable it later if not needed. Exactly. I want to see the colliders. Shield ops. collider. See if has options. Draw. Wait a minute. Draw colliders. I heard a door. Did it close? Yeah, the door closed. It did. Why don't you make a simple debug menu where you can toggle debug settings on and off? I do have that. Yes. It's right here. It's called, I think, tooltips. No, actually, wait. Let's mark this as A and then has options. Option. Display. Option. Tool. Show tooltips. Show tooltips checkbox. I wonder if this is it. If I show this just twice, is this here? There we go. All right. Then this would be colliders checkbox and then string show tooltips. Let's make a new string. Show colliders. Show tooltips. Paste this. Get this out of here. Show colliders. There we go. Then we do show colliders. Menu text, option show colliders. Option colliders. Draw colliders, okay. There we go. And another one here.
Gotcha, bitch.
There we go. Thank you very much for following. Press or check. There we go. Now I can show the colliders, and this is what it looks like. We can see here that I need to change the collider of this shield a little bit. Doesn't really work out. So maybe instead of 10, we could do 8. But even then, I think I want to use a rectangular collider. Or maybe this is fine. I think this is okay. Now what I want to do is every time I hit an enemy, I would like to reset some variable to make it pop. And I added a, what I call, I think it's a hit timer. So for example, we have the missile here, and every time we have a collision detection with an enemy, we attack. And then I want to set the missile.hit timer to, I don't know, 0.5 or something. And then using this hit timer, we can draw the sprite a little bit differently. So for every missile, we do missile.hit timer minus equals delta time, or is the minimum or the maximum of 0, and missile.hit timer minus delta time. So we have a 0.5 duration. Why are they called colliders and not hitboxes? It doesn't really matter. I could call it hitboxes too. Both of them are fine. Let me check YouTube really quickly. No, thank you. Okay. Top chat. Where was I? Okay, so I draw the shield orb, I draw a glow, and I change the color. And I feel like maybe I can... Maybe this? We can have additive color based on the missile's hit timer. I wonder what that looks like. Ah, they're just white. It's too... I think it is too... let's multiply that by 5. And then set the hit whenever we attack, not 0.5, but let's say 0.1. Very short. Maybe that looks better. There's a little bit of feedback, but we can't really tell what's going on because of all of those colliders. So let's do that again. Let's do this. See what it looks like here. I think the feedback is not good enough yet. Did you get rated? I think we got rated. Yeah, we got rated by the dev dad. You could scale the shield up on hit for a better game feel. How does Vampire Survivors work with the Bibles? I know that it impacts the enemies. I mean, can't we play? Wait a minute, I think I can just play Vampire Survivors. This is the closest we can get to figuring out how the shields would function and how we can add good feedback. Let's see. Library. Vampire Survivors. There you go. Let's see. Oh, yes. Yeah, we play here, yeah. Maybe there's also push enemies a bit, but not sure. Bad RNG, no Bible. Shut up. Asshole. Start. I think there's one that you... How do I not have this guy? Oh, I can buy him. Okay, wait. I did some weird options here. 780. Let's... use 1920 here. Apply. Oh, yeah. Alright, let's see. Bible guy, confirm. Cheated? What do you mean cheated? Oh, by the way, talking about progression. You can't see it. Let me move myself quickly. We're talking about gameplay features and progression and making the player engaged in your game, keeping them in your game and making them feel like there's always something they can unlock and they never lose anything. They always gain something as they're playing through your game, you know, and they you know, that creates an incentive to keep going because they're getting better and better and better and they're getting more and more and more. They're acquiring more. I can get more heroes by buying them using gold. You see this buy button here? This one right here. And this buy button allows me to progress the game by introducing a new character. I have just gotten stronger in the game. And this gold is something I get even if I lose. Because I keep the gold that I gained. If you didn't keep the gold when you lost, the game would be much worse. It's vital. It's not a pussy mechanic. It is one of those forgiveness mechanics that we have in Celeste. Okay, we take this guy. Confirm. Start. And we do the normal map here. Start. Not gonna lie, the music makes your explanation 10 times more epic than it actually is. Alright, so how does it work with the Bible here? Oh wow, I need to record this. The Bible doesn't change. The Bible doesn't change at all. But it creates a little impact. It creates a little, like, bolt of lighting whenever it impacts. You see that? This bolt of lighting? See this? The feedback comes from the knockback, but it's not knocking them back. It does, yes. But these are one shot. But yeah, I guess it's knocking them back too. You're right. Yeah. The feedback comes from the knockback, but also the impact. Okay, I have an idea. What we can do. We're going to do a specific impact just for the shield that is flashy. The trail's looking good. Yeah, the trail's also looking good. We could maybe do like a trail behind. Let me see here. Let's open up a sprite. There you go. Okay, so my idea is that we already have some sort of impact effects here. You know, we have fire, we have explosions, then we have... Where is the other ones? There are some other impact effects. Bro, since it's a shield, make a bunch of sparks fly out. I wanna look at a video. Vampire Survivors. Holy Bible. There we go. Okay, let's take a look.
Ben, in this video, I'm going to show you how to evolve.
May the Holy Bible protect us all. The sorrow of Holy Bible, please tell me.
Welcome to Limit Breaking.
Okay, bro. Just wanna see. Okay, so I wanna see exactly how this happens. We can go frame by frame. Aha. Take a look. There's multiple effects happening. You see this? There's like a 2-frame animation of like some sort of blue circle together with a glow.
Gotcha, bitch.
See this? That's what it is. Yes, circle and rotating glow. I don't think it rotates at all. I feel like we need to have stronger enemies that survive more than one hit. I need stronger enemies. Come on. I know there's stronger enemies. Come on. One frame at a time. Yeah, where are the enemies? What the fuck? There we go. Ah, they all get one shot. It's fine. Alright, let's see. Oh, he has level up just now. Okay, let's go here. It's so fast. Okay, so basically it's just a spark. Alright, let's see. I guess I'll draw it here. shield. Shields have... I need a distinguishable color. Right now the shields are gray. And if I hit them, hit the enemies, maybe I'll actually use blue. Let's see. Let's start with a circle. Mm-hmm. Custom engine? Yes, this is a custom engine. We are currently drawing an effect for the game that is inspired by Vampire Survivors. Okay, we do it like this. Actually, maybe we'll do L or P. No, wait, was it L? No, it's not L. Oh wait, I think it's Q. Okay, I wanna select those that are inside here. That. Huh? Oh ne, alles gut, danke. Noch kein Hunger. And then what was it again? Edit, adjustments, Control U. I want to make that a little bit more transparent.
Gotcha, bitch.
Something like that. Oh, thank you, man. Thank you very much for following, bro. I appreciate it. OpenGL? This is OpenGL, yes. There we go. That's number 1. Do you know about Teresa color cakes? No, what is that, Phil? Not sure what that is, bro. I've heard about this game. The bolt of lighting looks like mesh changing color to bright. Maybe blood fly out. Feedback on hit is impact VFX, knockback, enemy material flash, animation stutter. And yeah, there's a knockback. Animation stutter, what is that? Oh, these guys don't do the material flash though, but the bats do. I haven't really focused on this kind of games, but interesting mechanics. Is this game made with Unity? The Vampire Survivors game is made with Unity, but it started out as a... what is it called? It started out as a JavaScript game, actually. Shit. Can I do this? Is that possible? Or will that look bad? I think it's fine, right? That looks weird. Okay, wait. It's fine. Actually, this time I want to make it rotate. Like that. Phaser engine. Is this engine publicly available? I love reading through other engines. Not at the moment, no, but it is heavily based on this. It's basically the same, but my engine has more features. Okay, so now we do the queue again. Then we select everything but the outline. Shit. Accidentally selected a little bit too much. It's fine. There we go. Control U. I mean, we can make it a little bit more opaque. That's fine. This looking really nice. The combination of primary and secondary colors is known as terry or intermediate colors due to their compound nature: blue-green, blue-violet, red-orange, red-violet. Are color combinations that make from color mixing. Okay, and what do I get from this? What is the reason to use that? Alright, so that's number 2, and I think I will just make one more. Just a tiny bit bigger. Wait a minute. This looks good. This looks good. Rotate it. Hey! Bro! Cakez, this guy has a rare positive messages in case you want to see them before we convert him. Akinas, so weird seeing how things changed in 2 years. What a journey. Hey Akinas, long time no see. Such a long time, bro. Hell yeah, bro. Welcome. This guy. Who has weird positive messages? You mean Phil? I love the way you program C++. You do like it like you wouldn't see, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Love your programming style. Hey, Doozy. Thank you so much, man. Yeah, I think it's a good way to program. Custom engine, more like costume engine, am I right? Relax time watching Cakez. That's awesome to hear. Animation stutter is when the animation pauses for a few frames, then resumes again. Huh. Guys, do you think I should stun the enemy? For like a second? For like a microsecond? Cakez, do this one is the one with the positive messages. I'm not the one, bro. If you can't knock, then stun would be good. But make it have a cooldown. Could be a cool ability. Slow them a bit. DM's coming in hot here. Hello, Mapius. Slow them a bit. Yeah. If it's a form of attack, then yes. Okay, well, fine. The next thing we need to do is make a somewhat whitey flash attack. Not sure how to do that, but I essentially... Not sure how we did that, but I don't know what I'm doing here. But I start with this. Maybe even in... Nah, it's gotta be 32 by 32, is it? This? Difficult. Maybe that looks good. But it misses transparent pixels, but I guess I'll add them in a second. Okay. Both, and now all we are missing is transparent pixels. Ja. I think this is fine. Hey, yeah, hello there, Avatar. Good morning, Cakez. Hello there, sir. Good morning, sir. Hey, Cakez, Mr. Cakez. Every time I join your stream, I see you drawing pixels. When are you going to quit? Are you going to study to become a doctor? I've had enough. I don't want to see you ruin your life over pixels. They are just pixels. I'm not sure what you mean, bro. Guys, I think the attack is a little too big, unfortunately. I actually think it's too big. Cringe. Sorry, I made it too big. Too thick. That's looking a bit better. Like Chat's mom. Oh yeah, that looks so much better. Phew. Cakez is a pixel swagger. Too thick doesn't exist. True, true. I agree. You're right. Okay, yeah. I feel like this is a little too much here. We'll extend that like this. Boop. Then maybe add like a 1 dot here. It's crazy how much detail goes into this. I don't have to do it this way, but looks bad otherwise. So guys, what I'm working on right now, right? This effect that you can clearly, hopefully see in a second, is gameplay, right? What I'm doing is gameplay. Working on gameplay, right? Is that correct? Any big dick game developers in chat that know this? Okay, I think this looks good. Okay. You know what I want to do here? Add in some of... Yeah, looking good. Look at that, guys. Water particle? There we go. Okay, now 2 effects, 3 frame animations. We need to layer them on top of each other, or I just add them on top of each other by merging them. So instead of having 2 different animations, we just draw one. We started with this. Then we take this guy right here. Wait a minute. All right. This would be behind. Would be better to have some small random offset for them? Oh, we'll see. What is this? I'm working on an attack effect that is heavily inspired by the Bible attack of Vampire Survivors. We went over frame by frame, and this is what it looks like in Vampire Survivors, and this is my own effect that I just drew. And then I want to add that into the game and see how it looks. Cakez, will you do you like these kinds of songs? Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, of course. It's okay. Like again, if I was coding, maybe not so much. Okay. It fits into 32 by 32. Let me test this. Heavily inspired or copyright infringement? Your pixel art is really good. Oh, thank you, man. Thank you. All right, we're gonna draw this using maybe bloom and additive blending, but probably bloom is too much. Let's add this as an asset into the game. Let's see. We have it on 1932. 36. Let's see here. Assets. Then we go into effects. Sprite. Oops. Sprite effect. Shield. Orb. Hit. Upgrade Gulno. Wait a minute. Okay, let's get the offset here. It's 32 by 32. Cakes, your tab says OBS instead of orbs. Thank you, I appreciate it, bro. Yeah, that's true, bro. Actually true. 1936. 448. Frame count is 3. And pivot offset is 0 for now. Now we have a new asset in the game. And we can use this immediately the moment we attack with our shield up. So the moment we do this, we create an effect that has certain data that we need to fill in. Quite a lot. But we don't need everything. Okay, so wait, let's see here. What do we want? Type, no. Sprite, yes. Wait a minute. Yeah, sprite would be sprite effect. What did I call this? Sprite effect shield orbs. Hit. Animation index is not something we need. Velocity is not something we need. Size is not something we need, but we need the center and maybe the material. The center would be at the... Oof. Do we have the collider? Enemy collider, yeah. In the middle there. You talked about making the game moddable. How would you do that? I can go into this in a second, of course. Enemy ID. I'll show you. Timer is something that gets counted up. Duration, I want to spawn this 0.2, loop duration 0.2. Layer is calculated, or I guess layer is something that would be in front of the enemy layer. Looks like the enemy is a reference. Angle, keep alive duration, bloom strength, scale per second. We can get rid of this. Center enemy collider dot offset or position. Enemy collider position, and then we wanna turn this into an additive blending effect, and then add that effect. To all of them in the effects. There we go. Okay, now we have an effect. Every time I hit an enemy. Let's see what this looks like. Let's hope that this looks good. Okay, for those of you who don't know what we're doing, we are currently debugging these shields and trying to give them good feedback. Chat's doing fighting club right now. Looks like enemies are blocking something. Scale up plus fade out. Okay, scale per second. This is why I kept it. What the fuck? Is this sound? Oh, this is the sound bullshit again. What is duration versus keep alive duration? Better? Add a simple sound maybe, it will help. Yeah, a simple sound would also help, yeah. Yeah, them being around the enemy collider makes it very likely they have an energy shield around them. Looks like the enemies are blocking. Yeah, maybe we have to disconnect the two. Okay, wait. Not the right kind of effect for the shield. That's fine, we can change it. It's okay. I need the shield effect first. Alright, so now we have a save point. Save point. And we can disconnect this. We don't need to keep it. We can just do this effect here. And then maybe add in, you know, some colors. Maybe not, though. What is Gamba? I don't really know. Like, what is it? Who is it called? Abev. Okay, let's see here. So, looks so bad. Looks so bad. Why does it always look so bad, guys, for me? I think making the position based on where the shield collider hits rather than being centered on the enemy will look better. Let's see how it is done in Vampire Survivors. It hits. Let's start from the very beginning again. This hit here. I mean, Vampire Survivors is notoriously ugly. As this said by the creator himself, not sure if it's the best reference for visuals. It looks really good. It feels very well designed in Vampire Survivors, I have to say. Maybe the creator... I totally disagree here, to be honest. I totally disagree. I just disagree. Let's see. So it is actually 1 frame, 2 frames, 3 frames, 4 frames, 5, 6, 7. It's actually 7 frames. That's why. It is centered on the enemy. In my eyes. Yeah, I think it is. Add a stutter and or shake when the enemy is hit. Trust me, it feels better. It will feel better. Make the enemy shake. How do I make the enemy shake if it's being hit? I can add like a timer to an enemy that makes them shake. How can I do that? Are they being... wait, are these enemies being shaked? They are not, right? I think they are. Just offset the sprite. 7 frames will look smoother. I wanna try something. I wanna actually, we can see it very well here. We start with a slash like this. And then, next frame, it is like a dot. Oops. It is a dot in the middle. Maybe a big one. Looks like a smaller one though. Wait a minute. Like this. And then it rotates. Random offsets of its X and Y by like 1 or 2 pixels. Just make the shields change color or something instead of playing another particle. I tried that. Isn't impactful enough. I tried that, actually. Okay, that looks good. You know, this is why I love YouTube for this stuff. If you want to learn how a certain effect is done, you can inspect YouTube and clearly see what's happening. Okay, so now we have some sort of kind of big thing where we have like a nipple here and then some stuff here. Thank you very much for following, sir. Should be much more impactful than a little particle. Also shouldn't create too much VFX problems. A good looking shade does not use random offsets. It uses continuous noise like Simplex or Perlin. This is important, however. If you stick to 1 to 2 pixel offsets, you can maybe get away with random noise. Cakes, instead of a pixel offset, what if the right X mark has rotated to a random amount, or would that be too noisy? Have you tried scaling the shield up a bit? We could maybe scale the shield down on impact. Cakes, because the enemy and effect are both white, you can't see. Choose a different color enemy, no contrast to see the effect. You're right. You are actually right. I'll try that. Yes, that's a good point. Yeah, Shade 11 is smart, you know, guys. I'm telling you, she's smart. I had to break a 4 times wall, donor wall, to get that across. Ramus on Twitch is right. You'll want to use the sine cosine with game time to make it feel more smooth and natural. Oh, really? That's possible? Is there a way to create random noise in a vector 2 using sine and cosine? Can someone dig that up? I want to try that. Is that possible? Would someone do this? Or would you guys just shit on me because I asked you to do it and then you just called me lazy? Based RNG. Okay. Guys, I want to do a bunch of effects. We'll see. Okay, we have some time. Let's do that. Looks cool. Not sure how he's doing this. That looks good. It's nice too. Okay, next. And then this is when it rotates completely. It's crazy. But also, I just noticed there's a slice here. And I think there's some stuff here too. That looks good. Oh yeah. Very nice. You see that, guys? Can someone explain to me how he is coding and making great pixel art? I find pixel art damn difficult to do. It is called practice and you can do it too, sir. You just need to invest some time each day to to draw a sprite that you would like to draw, whether that be some small little button or a little animal or a little character or a tree or a pot or whatever you can think of, and then you do that consistently, and over time you will make mistakes and learn from your mistakes and grow as a pixel artist. It is actually not that difficult to do. I started probably just like you are. Terrible. Okay. It is somewhat of a vertical line, I guess. And we have another vertical line that looks like... that looks bad. God, this is bad. Okay, let's do this again. So, we have this... I guess.
Am I so out of touch?
We have this.
No.
Mr. Elmido is gifting 1 sub to the community.
Mr. Amida, thank you. Imagine doing all this art while being sober. Pixel art doesn't require practice. First time I tried it, I made an asset and it was so good. Cakez put it in the game. Shut the fuck up. Oh, this looks bad. Fuck, man. What is this abomination? I think this is better. Okay. Doesn't even sound like Cakez appreciates Mr. Almeida's sub anymore. Oh, I do. Do I have a notification pause? Did I not hear that? Thank you very much, Mr. Almeida. Of course I do. Guys, I'm focusing, okay? So shut your fucking mouth. What is this song? What are we listening to, guys?
Gotcha, bitch!
What are we listening to here? Okay. Yeah. Maybe stretch this a little bit. Maybe stretch that a little bit like that too. Nah, that looks bad. Maybe rotate a little bit. I like how A-Sprite does this weird wiggle thing. Okay, I think it looks kind of nice. Now we just have to make it look good. Uh-huh. Okay, so what are we listening to? What is this music? Huh? Who suggested this? Was that Aizen? Okay, let's see. It definitely does not look as good as in Vampire Survivors, I have to say. Because this is supposed to be more of like a rotated by 35 degrees kind of thing, and I'm just unable to do it. I'm just unable to do it. It just looks trash. Fuck! Okay, one more time. I'll just do one more. I'll take this. No, actually, we draw this. Right, so. Sorry about that, guys. It just doesn't work. How is he doing that, man? It's so difficult. Why am I... See, like you asked me about pixel art. I don't know, bro. I just... It's difficult, bruh. Like, it's always difficult. Okay? It's like, what he takes here is... He takes a pixel perfect line and then he somehow bends this or something. It's a little bent. Then we have another one that's kind of bent. And then we have another line that's kind of straight but also bent. Right, and all in all, in the middle here, it's kind of thick. But not too thick, so, you know. Has to create too many pixels. And then what is this shit? This is actually bad. So, like... It kind of looks terrible. Terrible. Yeah. So like you're asking me, bro, I'm asking you. I guess maybe you call that perfection, you know? You call that not giving up after failing at 10 million times.
Relax.
You could do it. You could do it. It looks ass. You know, it just looks ass. You're thinking into ISO resolution, rage loading, Biden could do better. Do you think you're spending your time wisely right now? Do you think people like Pirate Software sit and struggle to make like 5 lines years into their game project? White lines 5 years into the game project. Okay, that's another 10 minutes. That's another 10 minutes, mister. Okay. You're lying and projecting and pretending to know when you don't. Essentially. It's all of those together. It's insane. This guy just doesn't know what he's talking about. Yup. Okay. This looks bad. This does not look connected. No wonder it does not work for you, because Vampire Survivors, the hit effect comes from the knockback, not the particle you only saw by looking frame by frame at a YouTube video. I mean, there is still a particle happening, bro. This right here is still a particle effect happening. You know? And I'm just unable to replicate it. Like, no matter what I try, it just looks ass. Maybe I'm just dumb. It's not QL or something. These are just visuals. Add some effect to the shield to move on, please. Guys,
I will move on from the shield when it feels good, okay?
Thank you very much. Okay, it's called finalizing something. That's what you do when you finalize something, okay?
Dude, I can't believe that it's so difficult. I hate this part. This one is the most annoying.
Okay. One more time.
Gotcha, bitch.
Why does it look so good? Why does it look so good here? Why am I unable to make it look good? It's just a fucking blob for me, and for him it's like a cool little slice. I just don't understand why. Why?
Why?
God damn it, man. It's so fucking good, and I can't replicate it. I want to be able to replicate it, but I can't. High res texture resolution, maybe. The white is too big. I know it's too big. Bro? Just don't know what to do. God, I hate this. In my country, we can replicate fake game dev. Pinned by TCAP. Delete message. Bitch. Where sneaks when you see Nita observing? Yeah, it's difficult. Okay, bro? It's difficult. Okay, I want to see you do this. I want to see you do this. Shut the fuck up and do it yourself, okay? If you can. Do it better. Okay? Who says that? Sturdy pose? Was it sturdy pose? Aha. You gotta watch yourself, sir. Just wait. Fuck a bitch. What was that? Thank you, Ben. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the big support.
Lucky 13. My man.
Thank you so much, man.
For $3.
Hello there.
Straighter lines or make it your way. I'm sure it will look nice.
Straighter lines or make it your way. I'm sure it will look nice. Yeah, try, man. I'm trying. Don't give him money rewarding bad behavior. God, I just can't believe this. Okay, fine. We start with straight lines. It's too thick still. Still too thick. Let's start with this. Okay. Good. We're getting there, guys. We're getting there.
Gotcha, bitch.
We're actually getting there. I don't like this. This is too thick, guys. This is too thick. Like Chat's mom. Has to be better done. Yeah, that's better. Very nice. I like that one here too. Now we have to like somehow figure out how to do this part here. My mom, your mom. Yeah, exactly. I meant exactly your mom, Galaxy Media. I said Galaxy Media's mom. That's exactly who I meant. So. Du solltest dich angesprochen fühlen, Bro. Okay. Guys, we did it. Pork champion. We have successfully created a somewhat rotated impact effect. Wow. My mom could fold you like a tortilla? Okay, bro. Keep dreaming. Gonna make it a little bit longer. Like, you know, my best part. Looks bad. JK, that looks bad. Nice. Nice. Actually gonna copy this one here as the last one, the last frame. There we go. I feel like this will be the last image. And then over here, we just make that a bit smaller. All right, we got a new effect. Took only 10 days, but we have it now. Let's call it hit number 2. And this is on 2/2032. And then 448 is correct. And frame count, how many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 frames. Alright guys, so now obviously the issue we have here with this is that the enemy is white. I'm drawing a white effect on a white enemy. Doesn't really work very well. So I need to go into my texture atlas and change the color of the enemy to something that is not white. I don't know, maybe like some blue skeleton or whatever. Not sure what we could use here. Maybe some gray, dark gray stuff. Kind of looks odd. Excuse me. Maybe this. Wait, those are skeletons? Yeah, it's just the outline of a skeleton. I haven't detailed it yet. I still need to do that.
Long life, Charles. Game demo.
When is Elden Ring, Cakes? Oh, it's gonna take a while. Hello, AQ.
All scam. Don't be afraid of poor marketing and
I wanna continue Elden Ring, but Path of Exile is coming out. The new leak, and the leak looks awesome.
The money will come to you.
Oh my god, it's fine. The money will come to you. And you will be stronger. Yeah, aren't wholesome viewers in chat. In this chat, there are just people that Cakes didn't turn into toxic viewers yet. Blood pressure must be up 10 points from watching this over the past couple of years. What do you mean? What is it, huh? Alright, save point. Let's see here. I don't know, it just feels odd. Does it have to do with, oops, Bloom? The bulb was different color than the effect though. True, it is. Hey bro, what's going on? How's the family going? Hey Travis Roman. Good morning. Good, thanks for asking. I finally upgraded from Tabletten in English, pills for the vitamin D, of my baby to oil, and the baby has slept much better this night. My wife had I think 6 hours of good sleep. When is the baby due? I don't know, we'll see. Just happens. Trust me, stop inventing new shit, just play the Shields VFX a bit. I'm trying. I'm trying. Six hours of good sleep. Hello. Where are the enemies? Thank you very much for following. That's a number. It works. No, not black. I said blue. Cakes, is it easy to implement Twitch API into Python? Ask Cakez in chat. I think it is, yes. Won't finish Elden Ring, won't reach tier 16 maps, massive clown. You know, Cakez is so fucking lucky that I don't want to remod him after banning him, that he's not getting banned. He's so lucky. I mean, scale shield, turn it red, shake it a bit. Why would you ever ban me? Toxic. Whoops. We can just ban you. See, he's the mod after all. I don't think you can ban the streamer. Looks like Vampire Survivors just uses one sprite that scales and rotates over 7 frames. Hate that with this stupid sound system that I have, man. It's the worst sound system ever in existence. Hey, now it's almost invisible. Fine, 0.8. And also Bloom doesn't actually work on this. Isn't there a max sound limit or something? My sound system is trash. So, like, don't take my sound system as an example of... I think it's too fast, actually. I think it's gotta be 0.5. Guys, let's see. Calculator. I think it was 7 frames times 16 milliseconds. That's 112 milliseconds, actually. Well, we can add another 16. That's 1.28 milliseconds. That's how many milliseconds I have. And then over here, it's 0.5. It's actually really... It's too slow. It's gotta be 0.2, yeah. And then keep alive duration, get rid of that. Shit, man. Shit. Isn't max sound limit or something? Increase a bit. Come on. Come on. Start. There you go. You know what? Just gonna change this to blue. Just so I can see. You read it, Rice? Oh, yeah, I'm confused right now on how to make this effect good. Well, the thing is, this effect, right, doesn't actually need to be here because I already have an effect on how to... I already have an attack effect. See that? Okay, fine. How could I generate a noise using sine and cosine functions, guys? Is there someone in chat that maybe has talked to me and I just didn't read the message? Misspelled your name. Am I stupid? Yeah, Yeah, H. Yeah. It didn't work the first time. Okay, let's see. Maybe he gave me some code. A good screen check does not use random offset. Okay, which one of you was talking about sine and cosine functions and using those to determine offsets in X and Y? So how would we do this? Fine, I have an idea. Cakez, do you ever think it's odd great programmers like Supercool, TCAP, me, Aizenris, Travis, Roman and Gingerbill are watching the stream? There's literally nothing you could say that could contribute to their knowledge. So why are they here? Delete message. Ban 15 minutes. Guys, just to prove to you guys that this the only thing that he writes is toxic messages. Don't give him money rewarding bad behavior, fake game dev. Do you think you are spending your time wisely now? He's giving up trying to do the most simple thing in the world. Yes, sir. I often ask myself why Collector is here. I don't know, but he will be back in 10 minutes. He will be back in 10 minutes. Cakez, Cakez, why did you say so bad comments about Collector stuff before? Why did you say garbage collector is bad in Unity? That was very rude and toxic behavior. I think you owe him an apology. Garbage collector. You mean the garbage collector of stuff? Okay, that's actually really funny. It was 15 minutes, 5 seconds ago. Did I do 10? Then he got lucky. You got lucky, sir. Okay. Wait. Oh yeah. How do we do this? I have a cool idea. Missile hit timer, right? How would I generate a vector 2 of noise based on game time? I draw the orb here. So we could do a vector 2 noise. Or like hit noise. That's awesome. Okay, I know that we can use a sine and cosine, right? So sine f from something. And then cosine f from something, right? What will we use here? Game state. Game time. Game state. Game time. Do we multiply this by some speed up? Interesting. What the fuck did I just do? Amplitude. Okay. How is collector of stuff back? Hey! Amplitude is a good idea. It's been 10 minutes already? There's no way it's been 10 minutes. Where do I see mod actions? You're so lucky that I don't know how to see mod actions. Okay, you're so lucky. You have no, you're actually lucky, man.
Gotcha, bitch.
Please chill, Caleb. Hello there. Thank you very much for following, sir. Hope you have a good day, sir. Thank you very much for joining this awesome community. We only have wholesome people here, except for like 1 or 2 bad guys, but we are trying to train them to behave better. I think it works. What did the YouTube comment just now say? Well, I didn't get any YouTube comments. Sorry about that, guys. Sorry, I didn't get any YouTube comments for the past, I don't know how long. I apologize, guys. I'm very sorry. Holy shit, there's so many messages. Shit, man. Around 10 hours a day is a good change. Oh my god. Relax time watching cake. Oh god. He's making soft CA cakes into the spark. Your pixel art is really good. Far too fast. Maybe it would follow the direction of the attack. You could make them shake a little while hit. Yeah, a simple sound will help. Maybe act like 5 or 6. Add a stutter. Yeah, and shake. 7 frames. Yeah. Ram is on Twitch is right. Yeah. Are you a professional pixel artist? Yes, I am. Unpopular opinion. Nothing is truly difficult. You just have to know experience. True. Why not just make it into a bigger X? Yeah, let him cook. I'm cooking. Yes, Daniel. Or Darian. Sorry. Hey, Cakez. Hope you're doing well. How long do you think it will take you to complete and release a game? Or perhaps you have a deadline for it. Keep up the good work. Thank you. I think 1 to 2 years, if I'm realistic, to get it out to people and it's flashed out enough. Yes. Draw it with Krita with brush first and then finalize the sprite in the editor. Yeah, maybe that's a good idea too. Should have tried that. Have you go? I have to go now. Thank you, Lucky13, for joining. Gesundheit, danke. Hey Cakez, I'm curious, where did you start learning how to code and what do you recommend? I recommend a basic C++ tutorial as a base, and then I recommend whatever you want to do, start doing that by watching tutorials about that. If that's a game, if you want to program a game, then look up a game tutorial and start following that. Once you're done with that game tutorial, continue on with whatever you want to do and start your actual first project. And don't be afraid to make mistakes. Try not to Google too much, but to explore yourself as much as you can, because that will help you grow faster and learn faster. Cakez, my video has an 11% click-through rate. Is that good, right? Which video? You wanna link it? I wish I could format in chat, but I can't. I wish I could format in chat. Sorry, typo, return value. Good day, Cakez. Such a great C++ programmer you are. Good TD game, and you are making indeed. I'm absolutely, totally not collector of stuff. Shake Y is math cosine offset plus time divided by speed. Amount times amount. Yeah, so that's what we have. Amplitude, noise, speed. Let's see how this works. We have the hit noise, and then we need to multiply that hit noise, the entire thing here, by the timer, right? The missile dot hit timer. However, I think it should be in the amplitude that this works with. So, wait, if I do a const expression, I can't do it, right? So this could be a const expression. And then this would be the hit timer. Missile. Hit timer. I think we call it const float, const expression, float, hit, or shake duration. Okay, this shake duration happens here on the hit timer. try the shake duration here. We can use it, right? Why are you complaining? Shake duration. Oh, I can't spell. Okay. There we go. Are you compiling in 64-bit? Looks like game time times noise produces a buffer overflow when you play for a while. I am, yes. I am. Shake duration, then we divide that by the shake duration, which will give us an amplitude. Okay, I think we have it, guys. And then we add the hit noise to the orb. And then obviously we can change the shake duration to 0.2 because it is a linear shake duration that is brrr, right? Let's see. Huh? Aha! Wait a minute. Guys, I need to go to the bathroom. I need to go to the bathroom. This is what it looks like. What song is that? Let's see here. It's only an X? Why is the X... It's only in Y. Why is the X coordinate not changing? Huh? Let's change the amplitude to 10. 10 pixels. Missed it. Hit. Hit. Hey, why is the X coordinate not changing? Huh? Can someone explain to me why the X coordinate has no effect?
Am I so out of touch?
Thank you, Blake Snake. Blake Snake.
B4KSN4K just
appreciate
subscribed.
It. Be right back, guys. Need to go to the bathroom.
Year.
That's odd. Makes no sense. Should be there. How does it look? I went to AFK for a bit. Did he solve the hit marker thing? No, not really. We're still working on it. We're trying to make it look good. And my man Blake Snake, thank you so much for subscribing with Twitch Prime. I appreciate it. Let's see here. Huh? Why is it not... You're welcome, man. Been lurking for a while over YouTube. Hey, that's awesome to hear, bro. Why is it not changing? Multiplied. Also, what happens to... What happened to the shadow? It's odd. Ah, there it is. Aha! It's too short and the amplitude is too high. I think 2 is nice. The noise speed. Maybe that should be 10. But maybe it's too much. I've never done noise before. Decrease the speed. It's like 3 seconds to cycle. Decrease the speed. You think this should be slower? Really? You sure? Come on, hit him. What the fuck? That looks weird, guys. It's like a swirl. It's like going to McDonald's and getting yourself a McSwirl, or what is it called, guys? McFlurry. That's a McFlurry. I don't want a McFlurry. That sucks. And it doesn't really do much. Maybe I need to get rid of this. Missile position. Increase the speed more. Maybe it plays too fast. Maybe 100. You have to apply varying speeds of random offsets, Limao. Also meant for you to apply the shake to the enemy, since the enemy is the one being hit. I know, I know. So actually, this is starting to get really good feedback. This is starting to give good feedback. I like it. I actually like it. It's actually feeling like it has impact now. That I like it a lot. It feels good. It's actually good. A nice thing sound could be the cherry on top. This is what we have to think about. Maybe change the hit sounds to more of an iron sound. So here's what I'm thinking. There's 2 ways to do this. So let's shut the fuck up. Here's 2 things I'm thinking about. Okay, that's the last bit of polish that we need for this to make it really feel impactful. We have 2 ways to do this. The impact sounds, the hit sounds, right?
Am I so out of touch?
Okay, let's wait for Rafi. No. Thank you, man.
Rafi
I appreciate it, bro.
Subscribed. Big tick support for 19 years.
What was I talking about? What was I talking about?
Oh my god, fucking hit this guy! Are you fucking kidding me? The fucking wall is triggering the fuck out of me! Fuck you!
Oh my god! The fucking wall!
God, that triggered me so much!
Oh, fucking hell, I'm sorry. God, I hate that so much. This is so bad. Okay, now, there's two ways we can do this. Balloons, what do people know about balloons? Balloons know, people that know balloons like balloons because of the impact sound, the pops, the pow, pow, pow. This is what balloons is known for. Now, I don't think I can, maybe it's possible to make a really nice crunchy sound that allows me to do exactly the same thing that balloons does. And then every single impact sound is something like that. I play balloons without sound. Yeah, okay, like there's always going to be someone that does it in a different way. But for the most part, people like balloons because of the sound. It's like an iconic sound of the game. Now, if I get a really nice crunchy sound for my skeletons that feels awesome to hear every time they are being hit, then maybe I don't need a shield impact sound. Or maybe I do, but it's supposed to be very quiet. Or I could go the route of just making my own sound for the shields and then using that sound, make that sound as good as possible, and then the enemies don't really have an impact sound anymore, or it's like a second nature. I don't want to have too many sounds, essentially, because that is what's going to happen if I have, you know, shields, enemies coming, and then this guy spawns a bunch of shields. Well, that's essentially what's going to happen. If this thing hits 10 enemies, you will have like 10 shield sounds. Yeah, so I do not want to add too many different sounds. That is a rabbit hole that you can find yourself, that you can get yourself into really fast. I think it looks really good, actually, what we have here. What is the point of shields? Missile position. Rotate vector 2. I think this is bad. There's nothing worse than vibing with a game, just getting overwhelmed because there's so much audio happening, yeah. And I don't want to make that mistake. I need to be aware of that. The reason why I'm doing this right now, here, is because I want the missiles to fly in an ellipse instead of a... How do I do this? Do I take this entire thing? Then multiply this? Like, how do I turn this into an ellipse? The height factor ellipse, which is 0.8. Do I multiply this by 0.8? Do I then get an elliptic rotation? Is that how it works? No. That's not how it is. Or do I have to take... How does this work? How can I make something follow an elliptical pattern? Hey Cakez, excuse me if I ask this, but are you using SDL SFML? No, I don't, Phage. Phage, yeah. I use OpenGL and Windows library to open up a window and then draw it to the screen. How do I get a path on an elliptic track? You need to cache the X value as you're modifying it before using it on the Y. So float X cache is 0.x. And then I use X cache here. Are you sure? You sure 100%? Doesn't look like it is. Nah. Because I keep applying the factor to Y. Like I'm... I have an idea, I think. Do I? Each missile has its own direction that is rotated. But can't I just set a timer on each missile? And then, based on that timer... I don't think it works like this, unfortunately. What I have to do is take missile. Wait, we need to get a direction, right? We need to take a center and then a direction. So a vector to direction could be rotate vector 2, starting from a center. Plus direction right. And then the angle. And then we do direction.y times equals height factor ellipse. And then we use the direction here. I think that's how we do it. And then every single missile will be in the same position. Eh? Eh? Ah, I see. Wait, and then multiply by the range. Wait, no, the range is there. Eh? What? Hey, what is it calculating? Direction. What the fuck is this direction? Oh, I see. We need to rotate right by the angle. There we go. Okay, so that was the issue. I get it now. Guys, I'm overpowered in a fight, so you can't really beat me. There's a bot boolean for that. Why does it not move then? I see. Instead of speed times delta time, that would be game state, game time. There we go. Okay. There we go. Look at this, guys. Okay. All of these shields are in one position now, but it works. Okay. And are they... wait, do they follow an ellipse? Guys, is this an ellipse? Wait a minute. Half the ellipse? Wait. This actually... doesn't seem to work. Wait a minute, no, wait. Now.
Lol,
it's actually the ellipse.
Stream.
Look at this,
Please
guys.
Keep your functions shorter than 5 lines.
Big retard, don't help.
It actually works. You see this? I now have elliptical shields. They follow the exact path of my range. XP minus 16, what? Where's that? Very happy about this. Oh, man. I take it back. Shake on shield is good. So I think, guys, I think the shake on the shield is a good idea. Together with the impact. And now I think I can turn these enemies back to normal. And yes, at some point I will obviously update them. But let's see. This is what it looks like. Will you host a game jam someday? Yeah, I feel like doing that. Of course, I would like to do this. But right now, I think our community is still a little too small to do this. And I think there would be like 2 people participating, which I don't know if that is really something. Yeah, it will take some more time before we can do this properly. But yeah, of course, I would like to do this for sure. Yes, sir. Participating in one, we'll see. We'll see. Okay, so I think there's one last thing that we need to do here, which is the missile's direction. We don't need a missile direction now. This is no longer needed. It says required XP. Oh, I see. Well, I have to ask Gamedev about it. He made this. Hello there, K Hodo on YouTube. Host one before participating in one? No, I need to participate in one in order to understand how it works, of course. Let me see here. I mean, what we could potentially do here on those missiles. Direction plus range. Start position. We could take the start position. We don't need that though. We just have the center. Wait, so when the ability is not triggered yet, we get how many shields we have. Then we have the shield spacing. And then I guess we'll do... this. Direction.x is the starting angle. This is the starting angle. Let's put it as a to-do. I need to think about that off stream. This is like a little change that you guys will not understand now. And then over here we have the direction. We rotate the vector 2. And the angle is something that we have plus the missile dot direction dot x, which would be a float. Starting angle is missile dot direction dot x. I'm gonna store that here really quickly. Then we could use that as a starting angle. There we go. Ha, that's odd. Very interesting. Wonder why that doesn't work. Maybe I have to rebuild like this. 1 year and 7 months and 2 days. Wow, Nix Radiance. Long time, man. It's crazy. And Nicholas, thank you very much for following. I make a TD and release it on my Steam Game Jam. Oh, really? Cool. Hello, Cakez. Hey there, my man. Wow, 2 years. Oh, God, yeah. That's a long time, bro. Following since 2 years. Yeah, Paradox has been here for a while as well. Yeah, AQ has been here for a long time as well, and he's been hard working on Discord as well. Really appreciate that. Yeah, TCAP, like... Pfft. Why? Why are they all in the same position? I don't understand. I clearly have offsets. Two pi times shield count. That's shield spacing. And then that should just... I don't understand. Oh, the direction gets changed here, of course. That's why this happens. And then, let's see, if we have 2 shields, I think I have to do shield count times -1. That's what it will look like, right? I followed back when Cakez wasn't a toxic clown that insulted his chat. Stacker 44. Difficult to tell. There we go, guys. I think I want to increase... Why is it rotating still? Because of game time. Shit. Game time is not paused. I need to pause. Shit. Oh man. I need level time and game time for this. Level time needs to be different than game time, then this works. Fuck, I don't have level time. Do I? I don't. Ah, man. Fuck, bro. This sucks. Okay, guys. I think we made good progress today. Oh, I gotta do shit. And I'm hungry. I think we made good progress. We are starting to make this feel really good. Very happy about this. I feel like the collision detection for the shield needs to be a bit better. I think I want to have it as a rectangular collider. Maybe not, we'll see. But obviously the collider is a bit odd at the moment, so we have to change that. Feels wrong, in my opinion. Having to add level time? No, like, listen, yeah, actually, yes. For everything else, he has hard-coded checks for paused or what? No, no, no. I set delta time to 0. Level time is simple to implement. I mean, what you can, essentially what I could do to fix this really quickly is this. Okay, for shield orbs, I have a static float timer. That's 0. And then every time this ability runs, I do timer plus equals delta time. And then instead of using the game time, I use the timer. Okay, that's essentially how it works too. Okay, now that will work as well. Is it multiplied? Wait, what the fuck? Oh, well, maybe not here. Do you want the timer to be updated in the loop? No, actually, I don't. So now it's paused. I have solutions to this. Before you go, pause the escape. Abuse the escape pause mechanism to make the shields repeatedly land on the enemy. Do you want... Yeah. Yeah. 1 second. It's the first time I'm using screen shake, by the way. I think it feels good. It's not screen shake, but it's a nice little, you know, shake algorithm. You know what I would like to try, guys? You know what I would like to try? Watch this. Watch this. This is awesome. Where is it? Hit noise. It's gonna look weird. Wait a minute, does this work? Look how it moves. Boom. The screen shake is actually kind of funny. I like it. Really cool. The entire camera moves, you know. Like it completely shifts the game over time. Watch what happens. It's like it can move in arbitrary directions. Look at that. Look how this moves to the right. There's a black border here, guys. Oh man, it's like my first ever screen shake. It's awesome. You said you would stop. Yeah, stop complaining. What is the game doing? I'm just moving the camera based on some noise every time it hits. It's a difficulty feature, yeah. Like this is how I could do some slight camera shake. It's a cool idea. It's not a screen shake. That is thieves stealing your TV. True, true. Actually. Awesome. Oh yeah. That would be cool though. Add a shake amount to the camera. Add it to each update lerp that backs to the zero. Yeah. We can do that. I'll have to think about how to do proper screen shake though, and I will rarely use that for certain crazy effects. I will probably take a huge look at balloons for that. Is there any reason in particular that you have structured your code without using OOP features in C++? Because I like reading my code like a book, where if I start at the top and I just read down, I can figure out what's happening in a sequential pattern. Huge look at balloons.
Says the guy that was adding unlockable towers the balloons way to his game. Huh. Very interesting.
You could have a big boss that shakes the ground every step it takes. Yeah, something like that. Or a huge meteor strike. Something like this. Have you seen this, Cakez? There's no way. There is no way. Apparently there's a guy on Twitch that tries to replicate our hit particles that took us only 10 minutes to make. He's doing it for 5 hours now and can make it Lamau. Okay, bro. See you tomorrow. I sent you over to Jackie Coates. Hope you have a great day and shut the fuck up, bitch. Fucking real? Of course it's not real. See you guys tomorrow. Have a great day, guys. Peace. Thank you so much for joining. Have a nice day.